Sorry, y'all. I had to go get something to drink. I forgot. I brought everything else up here and then I was like, shit. But buckle up. It's going to be a long day. I probably should have done this a long time ago, but I tried to ignore this situation. I have tried to just completely avoid at all cost, and nothing seemed to work. So we're just going to lay it all out there and then let them have a field day, because this will officially be the last time, unless there's something major that comes up that I need to address. But we're going to lay out the facts today with screenshots. Now, the first thing I want to say is, if there are screenshots of you involved in the upcoming, please do not take that personally. You can thank Vada for including you in her lives. So if you're a part of it and you get outed on something you didn't want to be outed, not my fault. I have completely stopped caring anymore. My give a shit's broken at this point. It's time that I respond for me. I take the power back, because I realized a whole lot of stuff over the last few days that I had no clue of. And if there's one thing about me, it's you can lie on me, you can say a bunch of stuff, you can be immature, but my mind has been blown listening to some of this. And I've only gotten through like 1.5 of her lives that I'm just like, so I decided she wants my attention so badly. So why not give it to her for a little bit? So you're going to get a live react, along with, I prepared a whole lot of screenshots and a whole lot of clips. So we'll get going. But let's just go ahead and play the little intro song for a moment. Give me one moment while I pull up the video I am going to be responding to. All right. Well, actually, there's three. There's three little videos that I took pieces out of and decided, screw it. Let's respond to these. So give me 1 second while this loads. 1 moment, please. And I'll say hi to you guys in just a moment. But I got to get this video to load. Oh, here we go. Okay. Ew. Scary. Hold on. We don't need it. We don't need it doubled. We do not need that voice doubled. All right. Are we ready to roll? Everybody got your snacks? Everybody got your whatever you need to get through this? Drinks? Whatever you need. I suggest you get them now, because, thank you guys. Thank you so much. Okay, let me go say hi right quick to whoever's in here, because, and for you lurking in the bushes. Okay, couple things to everybody in here. So hold on, let me go back up here. Hey, Mark. Hey, Am, Zero, Rockabit, Smiles, Brianna, Miss Leah. Let's be honest. Shopaholic. All my favorites are in here. Quartz. Good to see you. Remy, Kay. Oh, that was me. I was like, wait, who's that? Hey, Kathy P. Hey, Hope. I really do need to get glasses. It is all like blurry as hell right now. Hey, Denise. Stargazer Mom. I'm trying not to miss anybody, you guys. So if I do, please forgive me already. Hey, Apple. Y'all, Nana's not drunk. Starry Night, Les, Revival, Marcy, King Yukon, Sassy Since Birth. All year in here. Army Taker's Wife, Skip to My Lou, Twinkle, Stella B, Nat Flo. Here we go. You guys are like, it's about time. Laura Jean. Hello, everybody. Hey, Karen, Jackson Black. Oh, you guys are all so sweet. A Blank Slate, Patty, Rita, Brittany, Tracy, Twist. Okay, y'all, we're going to learn together on some of this because this is, for those of you guys that don't know, this has been extremely frustrating. So my first introduction, so let me lay some stuff out and we're going to get through it and you'll start learning a lot of where the confusion and frustration comes from. So I didn't have any clue who this particular creator was at all until November of last year, November of 2022. So it's been a little about close to a year now that I've known who she was or had any idea. But when she started poking at me on Facebook a year ago, I just was like, okay, I don't even have a clue what's going on. By that time, and you're going to see in this, by that time, so many people had been accusing me of being, hey, Carla, hey, Sandarella. They had been accusing me of being Katie or working for Katie. And I was really caught off guard because all along I've been me, just me over here. Yes, I 100% used a voice changer and absolutely was behind an avatar. Best thing ever. Not. If I would have known anything about how they would have lumped us in, I would have probably went about it differently. However, because of their insanity and lack of ability to separate facts and details, here we are today. Yes, this situation has amped up. Yes, it's in law enforcement's hands at this point in time as far as the emails and all that stuff goes. It does involve people from multiple countries. It does involve people from I can't even tell you. So as far as the threats and everything like that goes, we're not going to really discuss those pieces of it because I've just got to let law enforcement do their thing. I am going to lay out details that some of you might not be aware of. I am going to, again, if you are a creator that you're going to get exposed in this, or I'm using screenshots or voice clips from you, I'm sorry. You can thank Vada for that. I did pull a couple clips from creators that I adore. One of them happens to be Tiger Talks, who actually covered Vada. So first and foremost, let me lay that out. There have been many people from around the internet that have covered this extreme group, which is extremely small. So let me separate out the caters and the antis in this extremist group. There are antis that are decent human beings. Bobby the Cat. I actually like Bobby the Cat's videos. I don't know where he stands, what his level is on any of this, but I love his videos because they're factual and to the point. Now, this is a very distinct offset group that I have no understanding the rational thinking or irrational thinking at this point. It involves Steve McRae, which I learned something new today too, that he had taken panel with Vada like the second video and talked a bunch of shit about me, which we'll get to that at some point. But this group was so intent on making me into Katie Joy, or that I'm working with Katie Joy, that they got caught up in their own bullshit. And that's where I stand on it. And that's where I've stood all along. And many of you have watched this unravel. Now, she does take a dig a lot about my subs and how stupid you all are and how ignorant you all are. And, oh, is he Jackson? See, I don't know. Everybody I just like his videos because they're straight and to the point. And I can understand him. Now, I do encourage you to go watch Cheshire. Chesh, I think is what she goes by. She is funny as hell. Again, I think some of you guys have history there too. But as far as details and facts, Y'all, I don't know this crew, nor did I invest time and energy into finding out about this group because they were not even a part of anything that was going on. I'm going to end up linking some people together in this that some of you might forget were together in this. So let's just go ahead and get into this. There's 3 videos that I've laid out for us to go through. I built in pauses. I'll probably have to back them up. The screenshots, I'm just going to let them play. They're like 3-second screenshots. So if you want to see them in detail, zoom in, pause on them, feel free to do whatever you need to. But we're going to kind of learn together because a lot of this I was unaware of until I had to become aware of it. And a lot of the stuff that's going on in this, I had nothing to do with, but we're just going to give her the attention she's been wanting. She can have it finally. So let's go. All of this is under fair use, and this is based on my opinion and my opinion only. I am a nobody. I am just your friendly asshole on the internet that likes to call out dumbass bullshit. All right.
Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel.
Oh, one more thing. Please keep the comments respectful. I know she does not do that at all. She will go as low and immature, but we got to remember what we're dealing with here. She is, yes, 32 years old. Yes, her name is Brittany. All of those things, that's not hidden information anymore. And you will find out more in this video. I'm not going to be exposing her entire life. I think she would like me to. I think her group would like me to, but that's not going to happen. So let's remember that even though they're the lowest of low, we don't have to lower ourselves to that scum. Okay? So please keep it cute or keep it mute. Let's get going.
My name is Bea.
And yes, I changed her voice because why the fuck not? I can. Oh.
And on our channel, we talk.
Yeah, who's we? Who's we? On our channel, we talk about, by the way, one more thing. Thank you, Jackson. That I got a sweatshirt for you. It's warm, so I'm not going to put it on, but honey boo boo child, please get a grip. Okay. And if you really need to see my kinkles, I will gladly show them to you. Not a problem over here. So yeah, who's we? Who's on our channel? Who the hell is we? Who?
Talk about a lot of different things. So on this channel, which I have the Beta J channel and I have the Gypsy channel, and just type in the Gypsies in your YouTube search bar.
And she does act really twitchy throughout this entire thing, but she'll tell you that she had to take 2 Valium to get through this stream. So please just bear with her. She is kind of fidgety, shaky all over the place. This is pretty common from her.
With the @ sign at the Gypsies, and you'll find me. And on this channel, we talk about shady creators, drama on YouTube, trending topics, different things like that. So today we're going to finish the part 2 series of nonsense on the web.
That's me. Hey, that's me, you guys. Hey, that's me.
A lot of people in my comments were like, who is this person?
Yeah, your comment section wouldn't have a clue who I am because they're cater people. They're anti-caters or caters. I don't associate with that community. I don't know how many times you have to be told that, but of course they wouldn't know who I am. Duh.
Why do y'all have beef or whatever? So I figured
I please inform us all, because all of us would like to know why you have beef with me. But don't worry, we're going to show everybody.
I would give a quick back history.
Get your tinfoil hats out, everybody.
To how I know her, how we met, and so on. So,
by the way, she doesn't know me at all, obviously. Secondly, we've never met. You will see a lot in this upcoming one about the interaction that we've had, and it's actually kind of embarrassing for her.
So back on November 11th of 2022, I started my YouTube channel.
Happy fucking anniversary, Vanna!
And 8 months prior to that, I was examining a case about Marvon McCray and Dre McCray, which Dre McCray was a beauty influencer over on Facebook that has like 600 plus.
Actually, she still is a beauty influencer, and on all platforms, she's got over a combined 1 million followers. She's been on the internet since previous to 2016, but 2016, she became pretty well known. 2017 in the beauty community, and has made quite a following for herself.
Plus followers, and she had a husband who had attempted suicide on May 23rd of last year.
Just so you guys are aware, we will not be going into details on a lot of that information. Dre has her own voice and has set the record straight on a lot of that information, and I will not be speaking for her or a lot in detail about that situation. Rest in peace, Marvon, of course, and also to his great-grandmother who has passed away that did raise him.
And I was watching for 8 months behind the scenes before I was a creator at all of the things that were going on.
Well, math is obviously hard for some people, so let's just help her out here. So she says she was watching behind the scenes for 8 months. So Marvon's incident took place May 23rd, 2022. She says she came onto the scene in November. She had been watching for 8 months. May to June, June to July, July to August, August to September, September to October, October to November, 6 months. Well, but if you just go on when Becky started her channel, which would have been at the end of July, July 23rd, I think to be exact, July to August, August to September, September to October, October to November, not even a full 4 months, but math is hard. We're going to give a lot on this one. Okay. Bear with us. I get it.
And Marvon, the husband, who was a Marine, has a mother named Letitia Bias. And they were saying that this woman's a scammer, that she didn't use, and the creators doing this was without a crystal ball, nonsense on the web, or the web, like because she's a dumbass.
She really likes the insults. You guys can keep a tracker if you would like to. We've counted how many times she throws insults at me. It's pretty funny, actually.
Nonsense on the web, Katie Joy Paulson, or Without a Crystal Ball, and then you had that Uni Rock. So they were all a team. All of them were together as a team. And
I've said this numerous times before, and for some reason, people just continue to attempt to twist it. I have never worked with Katie, for Katie. I will provide proof in this that Katie has not even reached out to me in over a year. I have not had any contact with her. I didn't know who Uni was, Katie was, any of it. Amber from the Amber channel was one of the first creators to ever reach out to me. So I decided, you know what, instead of just saying it, let's show proof of all of it. So here you go. And Amber had that same theory that I had a team that worked with me. Interestingly enough, I didn't know that there was previous history between Amber and some of the people that she associated with, like Sherelle's World. They also forget that there were so many other creators covering this situation at the time. Annie Elise from 10 to Life, Plunder, a bunch of the big, huge creators on TikTok. This actually started on Facebook with Facebook groups. So it initially kicked off because of a Reddit thread, and some people had reached out to the family members via Reddit, got in contact with Letitia, then exposing Dre McCrae. The group on Facebook was made, along with the Justice for Marvon group was made a couple days later. So that's the actual foundation of this. I was independent of all of it. I came in, as most of you all are very well aware, I had pretty strong emotions and feelings about this. And I was wrong on a few of the things that I initially thought, because the clips that were coming out and being released were really heavily altered and edited. So I started digging into it myself, started looking and going, okay, something's not right here. And the further I looked, the more problematic it became. But as you can see, once again, I've said it, I'm showing it now. Amber was one of the first creators to ever reach out to me. So here's the rest of the response.
They were going live every single day about this mother, saying that she used the money for malicious reasons, that
things that never happened for 500, Alex.
The money didn't go toward the lawyer, that she never had a lawyer, there was no proof of a lawyer or anything like that. And that is because the mother didn't feel like she was obligated to show court papers regarding what was going on.
All right. So you're going to see a lot of these rewind situations here, and there's a reason for it. So because facts are obviously hard for her to find, I decided to go find them for her.
She was trying to She had started a GoFundMe to gather money to get visitation to her son because
Don't worry. There will be a lot of receipts. It's receipt really heavy, but I kind of left you guys alone a little bit on stuff.
Dre McCrae, which is the wife, wouldn't allow her to see her son or the father to see their son.
And as you guys are
So
aware, they absolutely were able to see Marvon. Thankfully, once again, Marvon's biological father, Marvon Sr., and Wynette were able to visit in the end of June of 2022. And Letitia was able to visit sometime in July of 2022.
they framed this woman with a donation scam. They said that she had made $80,000.
She likes to say they, them, a team all the time, but details are important, and separating things out is extremely important, especially when you're accusing me of things and continuing to use these as the basis of your hate and obsession for me. So this is Unirock's post. This is his thumbnail that is still currently on his channel. As you can see, he did have $80,000 on there, that Molly had made $80,000. There was other thumbnails too that I think he changed. I shared a lot of people's posts on Facebook from YouTube as we were like starting to unravel and figure. We were like little kids. We were like, who's this? Oh, let's share them. Let's watch this. We had no clue. But because I shared their posts, obviously we were a team, right? I mean, makes total sense, right? Yeah. And here's more information from that live stream, August.
And also 2 other creators that were representing the family of his on YouTube was Molly Golightly, Justice for All, and LB.
So she says 2 creators representing the family, and she lists off Molly, Justin, and Elle. I mean, again, math is hard, so please bear with us. But technically how that went was there was a group of people on Facebook that were actually in contact with Letitia, first and foremost, especially one by the name of Eve, who is behind some of these Facebook groups, who was trying to advocate on their behalf for the family. Now, YouTube creators such as Molly Golightly, Katie Joy, Justin, they were all in contact with the family and all had kind of sent money to Letitia and family when they started covering this story at the beginning of July. They didn't come into the story until July 6th. The story and the groups had been going since the end of June. Around June 26th is a good date that a lot of this started popping off, but you're going to see more of that.
Most of you know who LB is. They were trying to frame them all as scammers, and they were saying like Molly had spent the donation money on a car for her son, and because he was like 16, got his first car. They had
Again, that was stated. People were asking questions about that. They were wondering where the money she spent on the car was. However, I was not one to like stick to that and make a big deal out of it. But in Vada's world, you know, I'm responsible for all things. So
said that she had spent it on expensive shoes, expensive perfume for trips.
I don't think anybody's ever talked about Molly and expensive perfume. In fact, I think the smell she likes to go for is chicken cutlets or bologna, from what I've heard. So that's the first I've ever heard of somebody accusing her of expensive perfume. But to each their own.
And you name it. So I'm watching all this go down for 8 months, and
again, math is really hard.
I'm watching nonsense on the web, and I liked her at one point.
That's great. Okay, and
I'm watching Katie Joy. I'm watching everybody that's involved, and I start noticing. Well, what ended up happening was Nonsense was live one day, and I was there in the live stream, and she had said, "Well, you can't show evidence on YouTube like you can on Facebook." And she had told me to, or told the audience.
Yeah, I did tell you guys that it's hard to share screenshots and things like that. Everybody knows that I told you guys that. It is really difficult because you've got 5 screenshots that you can share in a community post on YouTube versus on Facebook, you can dump 100 in a post. So of course, this is why I said that. Now, I didn't direct it directly towards Vada, but she thinks everything in her head is me directly talking to her. So again, please give her a pass on that. Many of you know and had came to me and said, look, I don't go to Facebook. Can you find a way of putting it over here? That's why we ended up over here. We needed to get the information out where everybody was pushing misinformation too. That's why I started my YouTube channel. And all of the screenshots have been put in videos. And yes, we knew that a lot of these screenshots were not full screenshots because those of us that were around for the beginning of this watch the admins turn on each other in the comment section on my posts. They were all in pieces turning on each other and telling us bits and pieces that they wanted us to know. We were all aware of that. We were all very aware that they were not being truthful and watched it all play out. In fact, you can watch it in the comment section, even on my YouTube videos, because they were slowly turning on each other. And some of them were sticking on stuff. They were coming to me under alts, acting like they weren't people they were. It was a whole shit show, but context is important and details matter. And that's something she was not able to obviously wrap her head around.
If you want to see all the receipts for everything that's going on, I'm telling the truth. Go over on my Facebook and you'll see all the receipts. So what I do, I went over to her Facebook on her page, which is nonsense on Web with a DA because she's a dumbass.
I trigger her, okay? We're just gonna establish that.
And on her page, there was cut and crop screenshots.
I mean,
her and Katie were tagging each other in posts and helping each other as a team.
Helping each other as a team. Actually, you can even see Katie and I kind of getting it into it in the comments on Facebook too, but I know details are hard. I did share a couple of Katie's posts, as I've said all along, that I could vet the information from my own source. Katie and I had completely different sources. In fact, one of the sources that she had, she got mad at me over because I didn't block out a name of somebody in the comment section. It was a whole crap show. Most of you were around for that and know that it was pretty interesting. And we would sit back and they would just go at each other and like start tattling on each other. And then somebody would come to the inbox and drop screenshots, and then somebody else would, and then a new alt would pop up. It was absolute madness.
And they were posting lies. They had cut and cropped clips to make people sound like they were saying something they didn't say.
So this has been an ongoing situation that they have said for over a year now. So we're going to discuss this a little bit deeper. So this person came to me in August of 2022 from the Cater community. I don't know who this person is, still don't care to know. They came to me after hearing a clip on Tia Simone's channel. And I was completely confused because I had taken and clipped a clip from Manny Behind the Mic, which I will show fully. Most of you guys have already seen this, but I use that clip in my video. Now, you can read this for yourself. They were trying to like claim that somehow I worked with Katie or I used Katie's clip, when in reality, I made that video, clipped it myself, told them exactly where I got the clip from. You know, details are important though. So I pulled the entire thread. This was already posted on Facebook, of course. And I even included to them that this was from Manny Behind the Mic. So then it went to the next person from that community that I really was kind of directed to pay attention to, was this person by the name of iJessie. iJessie is the one that initially like had the big gotcha moment on this deep faked audio, as Molly has been calling it as of recent, claiming that I somehow edited the clip to make Molly say something she never did. He even got a great super chat for Molly for this wonderful find he did. Yet I just realized that iJessie was a part of all of this insanity from a couple years back in this whole extreme offset group of antis or caters or whatever you want to call him. He had done some similar things with an account that was by the name of Chloe at one point in time. He was involved in that stuff. I don't know the details of all of that, nor do I care to. But you will see here that when iJessie approached me, I sent iJessie a voice clip, but don't take my word for it. I'll play it for you. You can read it all for
Hey, Jessie, I hope you're having a wonderful Thursday. This is Nonsense, over and out. And no, I'm not Katie or associated with any of these creators. I'm an independent person from Facebook that got involved on trying to post facts, and I've just been a distraction.
And there's the rest of it. You can pause to read if you would like to, but you can see that in September of 2022, I wasn't hiding that I wasn't Katie. If they came to me, like I told many of them, I would talk to them in voice clips with my real voice. Of course, you know, for their take on it, it was I had to have used somebody else's voice. That probably wasn't my voice. They tried to get me to do interviews and talk about Katie. And I was like, I don't even know who this person is. It was a whole shit show. And this has gone on for over a year. So it started off with creators that I still don't even know who they are or what their point in this whole thing was besides hate for Katie. But here is full context for everything. So you can see it with your own two eyes, because as I've told you all along, I have nothing to hide about this situation. So let's continue on. Where are we going to go next? Nobody knows. Okay. Move along. Oh, wait. Oh no, I forgot I did this. Oh, I actually went and did a screen recording of exactly where the clip came from. Now, the original clip that Manny used was from Spanky's channel, and I do include the original in this too, but this is for full context where the clip actually came from that I used. Manny actually has two videos with this clip in it, one where he's reacting solely to it, and one where he and another gentleman are on panel reacting to it. So here you go. That is that. You can go look at his channel right now, as I just did this yesterday for you. So you can do the same thing. This is Manny behind the mic. And he covers a lot of Vanessa, who Dre had taken panel with in the beginning of the story in the beginning of July. Listen up. Timestamp will be about.
Sweetheart, biting off your nails. It's your problem, sweetheart. It's your problem. It's your problem. Hold my picture there, and we're seeing all your messages in the house.
He's problematic.
We're seeing all your messages in the house.
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me better? That sounds so much better. That sounds so much better.
Look at her. She wants to make fun of me. Oh, now she's covering her mouth.
We won't get into your zen, sweetheart.
All the fake empathy.
We don't need her. Just don't want to watch her murder her husband, mistreat her children. Is there something wrong with that? Whose side are you on?
Not on yours, lady. Not on yours.
Let's go.
Look, we're going.
Want to rock?
We're going right now. Honey, you were eating your fingernails.
Don't mute yourself.
Well, nobody's muting me.
You got 388 people. Come on over here.
She don't even realize that shit's like 10 minutes ago.
She don't like that.
Look at her. She don't even realize that. It's like 10 minutes
Trey
ago.
will go to prison. Oh, these people are bashing her. They're bashing her.
So there's the first clip, but I didn't just include one. If you know anything about me, I just kind of like to drive a point home. So let's continue on a moment, because I think I'm going to blow a few of your minds here. Here's the second one.
Just don't want to watch her murder her husband, mistreat her children. Is there something wrong with that? Whose side are you on?
Not on yours, lady. Not on yours.
Let's go.
Look, we're going.
Want to rock?
We're going right now. Honey, you were eating your fingernails.
Don't mute yourself.
Well, nobody's muting me.
So both of those clips are still currently on Manny's page. That is who I clipped for my video. Now, let's listen to the original. This is from Justin of Justice for All.
Zen, sweetheart. She hates you. We don't hate her. We just don't want to watch her murder her husband, mistreat her children. Is there something wrong with that? Whose side are you on, sister? You want to rock? Let's go.
Well, but wait, I can go better than that. So the whole thing has been all along that Katie is the only person that has ever said that we deep faked this audio. Molly never said that. So buckle up, babies, because the one thing that you guys forget is the internet's forever. So here you go.
Do this, but I'm calling her. Oh, she sent me the voicemail. Okay.
This happened
808.
And yes, I did mute her, of course, because this happens to be when she actually called Dre. So I just wanted to remind people that little Miss Innocent over there that they've been singing the praises of absolutely did do terrible things too. Katie absolutely did say and do horrible things. Nobody's ever denied that. However, by the time that we really got into the meat and potatoes of the story, Katie had given her apology, came on panel, explained her position, and completely moved away from it. That is why it was never a focus. There was so much actually popping off, such as things like this. So pay attention because this isn't the only clip that we're going to listen to.
Don't say it.
I'm calling her. That's her. Let's go.
I'm going to mute you.
Hey, honey. Why don't you, honestly, Dre, it's Molly Golightly. Why don't you just talk to us instead of going through that heathen that doesn't know what she's talking about?
She was talking about Vanessa in that. But just to give some more context, hold on. I've got more for you. And these are courtesy of a wonderful Islander that I love dearly.
I do think I think she's shook, and she knows that people seeing through her now. I mean, this page on Facebook grew 20,000 in just literally 72 hours.
It did. That's factual.
She's murdering her husband.
Oh shit. Wait, did y'all hear that? Oh no, not again. She didn't say it more than once. Damn it, all the hell nonsense. Why do you gotta do this to her?
She's murdering her husband.
Oh yeah, she did. Oh, she
In live time, like real time. We're watching it. This is her movie. Like I said, the world is a stage. This is her. No, I'm not ready to talk to Vinny. Listen, do you think Vinny Politan is going to listen to me try and explain this story? That's not going to happen.
You know something? I actually think you should show it to him.
Not yet. Because guess what? We're going to wait until charges are pressed and that she is investigated. Then we're going to drop the bomb. Because guess what's going to happen? Everyone's going to be seeing these videos. And let me tell you something. They're tracking her every move. And she is shaking. Because let me tell you something. What we watched tonight is not normal. And for her to say living her best life.
Oh, wait. We're not done yet. Hold on. I mean, I don't want to throw salt in the wound here at all about, one little clip that's actually easily found on Manny Behind the Mics and easily tracked down. But they've made such a huge stink over Katie's the only one that's ever said this. Nobody's ever said that. That audio's deep fake. Blah, blah, blah. I just, maybe I do like to toss a little salt in an open wound, but hey.
Yuma Police Department take for the Yuma Police Department to see that she's been successful. The evidence is here. She's been successful with Vaughn. Are they going to take her serious when one of those children are not around anymore? Because this is a precaution. This girl is not well. She looks horrible. And she doesn't even say it. Only received 12 calls. People must do better. Call. I don't know. Justin, you want to call the Yuma Police Department?
And ask him more.
Ask. Well, I would say, ask them. Just say, I'm investigating this story. Is there currently an open investigation? Because according to the victim's mother, Darvon McCrae,
She was so invested, she called him Darvon instead of Marvon. You know, facts matter to this group.
Marvon. I called him Darvon, and I caught myself. I went, what did I call Darvon? Marvon McCray. Is this open? Because just say, I don't think that this is gonna fly if it is closed. You want me to call?
I mean, you can if you want.
All right, I'll call right now. Hold on. All right, does anybody have the number?
Check. I don't know. Any
Non-emergency. Yuma
Got it.
Police Department. Okay. Overview. Non-emergency line. Okay.
Pay attention.
which they may not.
Hi, can I have the non-emergency line?
This is a non-emergency line. How can I help you?
I just have a question. I'm investigating the murder almost of Andrea McCray on her husband Marvin Jackson McCray. Is this a closed investigation?
No, ma'am. All of these tips and stuff that we've been getting through Facebook, we've been forwarding it to the detective.
Oh, and that detective is?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Can you tell me who the detective is?
Detective Escott?
Escott. Thank you, ma'am. Have a good night.
I mean, she even called the police department and blamed her basically for doing that to Marvon. But hey, those were fake clips.
Bye-bye. Okay. Detective, we have his name. This is the starting point. So, where's Bullhorn Betty and Jonathan Winger? Escott. E-S-C-O-T-T. Where the hell's the pen? Escott. Detective.
You want to hear all about that? My whole channel's about it. So,
Yeah, we know. We figured that out over the last week. We've definitely figured out that your whole channel is basically about me and rewriting facts that you obviously are incapable of gathering. But don't worry that I did the work for you.
just look in any portion when it has to do with Letitia Bias or the Ron Vaughn story. Start from the beginning and you'll see why me and her are in this beef still.
Again, just to calm the voices, whoever's speaking to you, I don't know what beef you're involved in, but I just don't like you. I think you are pretty terrible at what you do. And when you come out swinging like you have, which again, you don't have to take my word for it, I will show you, and make up lies from the jump and just try to build a story off of lies for other people, I don't have any use for you. That's why I've ignored you. That's why, in fact, I didn't watch your first video until last night. And then I went, what the hell? Where did this even come from? But sorry to disappoint you. I'll let you go on your theories.
So when all of this has happened, I'm watching this mother. She had to go to the hospital 3 times because of her Bell's palsy due to the stress she's under from these creators. They were going.
For those of you that might not remember on that was actually something that Molly kept claiming. And I have full entire videos that I will be putting up. I have a whole entire playlist that if you really want to see the details, we detailed every bit of this and how it went. So Letitia did claim that Molly claimed, even though Letitia didn't want it announced, that she had a medical issue going on. They specifically blamed Katie. At the time, they were claiming that I was Katie. So, of course, people were kind of side-eyeing me that we were the cause for Letitia's Bell's palsy. However, the same night that these claims were being thrown out, Letitia herself actually went on camera with her daughter, Rochelle, and did a live stream. We have detailed all of that extensively. Now, again, stress absolutely can bring on Bell's palsy. And I do think she was going through an incredible amount of stress. She absolutely was dealing with her son. No matter what, you can't take away the fact that she loved him at some capacity, which is here nor there. She loves her son. And this was stressful for all of them. So to blame it on creators when she intentionally kept involving herself in these creators and the drama and all of that is kind of a little here nor there. But just to give a little more context. And again, when I am done with this, I will give you an entire playlist from start to finish that you can watch these videos and see all of them yourself. These are all out here. The reason why I have never spent the time and energy into going and debunking Vada's lies is because they were irrelevant. All of this stuff had taken place months previous to her ever getting involved. And unfortunately, in November was the first death hoax. That is when she came in, was right after the first death hoax that they did. And that was a really problematic time. So she was the least of anybody's concern.
Going live about her every single day, calling her a piece of shit mom because she had given Marvon up for adoption when she was 16.
Okay. Well,
by pulling the record, you should have been able to see that it was in 1994.
If you don't know who this is the honker. So I decided to let Vada know once again that she's making people that were the advocates before her, like honk, honk over here, goose, goose. Yeah, I still don't like her either. But Goose was the previous advocate before Vada took over. And Goose had been going on panels in August and September and making all these claims that she had been working hand in hand with Letitia, that she had all of this information. In fact, Unirock, Goose, Molly, and Justin all did a live stream. I actually went through it, and it's really interesting to hear what I had to say about all of them at that point in time, too. But that is rewriting her own little groupies' histories. And so I figured I would just let Vada know what Goose had to say about the situation with Letitia and Marvon.
That this happened 1994. And then she went to prison in 1997. And then you want to try to talk about how, oh, well, you know, Vaughn was adopted by his grandma. Well, do you know what happened? Kate?
Quick, back to getting your facts straight. Marvon was actually adopted by his maternal great-grandfather and great-grandmother, not his grandma or his grandpa. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Do you need to know their names? Because I can give you that too, since you really don't have your facts.
It happened when Letitia was in jail, not prison, jail. When she was in jail, her grandmother put an ad out, making it look like she had no idea where Letitia was, when she did know where Letitia was.
Hey, Goose, did you ever think maybe it would be interesting to hear the adoptive mom side of this story? Because I know for a fact that you're hearing a story from a single person that has not been backed up by a shred of proof or evidence of anything.
Basically, when Letitia was in jail, she found out that all this stuff had happened, and she didn't even know to go and fight for custody of Vaughn because she wasn't made aware of it. And in regards to her daughter not being adopted, that's because her daughter made more of a stink about things when things started to happen, and she was raising her voice more. Vaughn had a very good relationship with his grandfather, and he was comfortable where he was. So if you're going to talk about things, at least put the facts out, because it sounds like you don't know a lot of them. And you're just trying to steer this narrative to try to make all these like people look bad, and then trying to say.
And another bold statement with zero fact base, zero proof, zero evidence whatsoever. Besides, she is pushing one story that she's heard from somebody as the truth. Interesting how that works. But she's telling other people to get their facts straight.
Sorry, Dre, and I have spoken directly to her. Even though I have critiqued her videos, I have never, and no other creator has ever called her the M word. M as in mom. No one has ever accused her of taking out her husband except for Katie. So
that's just not true.
I'm telling.
Well, that's already been disproven, so don't even need to stick that clip in here again, because no, she was not the only one that's ever said it. Just so you guys know. So you might want to get your facts right. Okay. All right.
And you can, I mean, if you just came in, you can rewind, because I did put multiple clips in there. But that right there, the silhouette of me when I was still anonymous, they actually turned that silhouette and took a picture of Katie and made me Katie. They used my silhouette, put it out there as I was Katie, that this was hers. Thank you to Nunya, who caught that and debunked it, because yeah, it was ridiculous. But that was one of the first things that they did, was they took my silhouette of that video and made me into Katie Joy. You cannot make up the crap that they have done. It is unbelievable. Hey, honker, you still are a lion snake. Honk, honk. Oh, and I got a shirt for you too that I'll wear one of these days. But we'll get to you later. Look.
She was a kid herself, and she gave him up for adoption to her grandmother, and they raised him together because they lived next to each other most of his childhood.
So if you would like to, once again, hear Marvon's story about his childhood, I would encourage you to please go watch Dre, who has covered a lot of those details, and Marvon's own statements. The missing puzzle pieces videos, a lot of them are still up. You can hear Marvon's own experiences, unfortunately, from his own mouth, and he cannot tell those stories anymore. Again, it's a tragic story. This story is extremely tragic, but please take it from people that actually spoke on those things. Dre, Marvon, his story, his situation, his statements about this.
But they were making it look like she's a piece of shit. They adoption shamed her and all sorts of things. But I'm sorry, but if I was in trouble with the law and doing all sorts of stuff and I was facing time, I would have done the same thing she did as a mother. To me, that was the responsible thing to do versus being in a situation she was in and trying to raise kids and put them in that environment. So,
again, that is absolutely not what happened. So she says that we adoption shamed Letitia. That is not absolutely what happened. Yeah, we did get, I absolutely, and when I say we, I'm talking for myself, excuse me and the turd in my back pocket. But I did get angry because it was very, very ridiculous. They kept throwing out that there was all of these court orders and that Letitia, was involved in all of this stuff. Meanwhile, Dre, and you could hear Marvon's own statements about things, listen to his own words that were debunking this stuff as it went. So again, I encourage you, if you really want to know that information, please go listen to the people that were involved in that. And again, I don't blame her for doing whatever she had to do. That's a selfless thing to be able to know that you're not capable of taking care of your child and allowing somebody else to do it. As you guys know, that's my situation. And I have nothing but respect for my sister who did that. That same goes for you. I respect your decision to have done what you did. But you and your obsession and the lies that you twist just aren't it, hun.
all respect to that woman. Well, I'm watching all this happen, and then they were going so far to convince this mass amount of people that she was a scammer that they actually had, Katie Joy had donated. She knew that the family, okay, so the creators that were covering this story was Katie Joy without a crystal ball and Molly Golightly, two women, two different creators.
Hold on. We'll let her play a little bit further because
Remember, we're gonna keep their audition. She's a beautiful girl.
oh shit, I put in clips again. Whoops.
Where are you?
Whoops.
Oh, crap. I will come over when I'm done with this, I promise.
First of all, she says she's going to keep the family member's identity secret, which is great. That's the first time I've really heard Molly keep anything a secret.
And that's me, by the way. If you didn't know, I used a voice changer and I would change it up all the time and screw with you guys. It's from my Look Who's Talking Too Much video. This is me clipping myself because this is where that's from. This is when Molly and Katie were working as a team on this situation with Justin. Again, there was many other creators that had way bigger platforms at the time that were covering this also, but Vada seems to be incapable of understanding that.
But then you hear at the end of the clip, she says, oh yeah, I'll come over. That wasn't me she was talking to. That was Katie.
Thinking I could start at okay. Okay, so without a crystal ball, we'll be on at 7. So what I'll do is I'll end this before 7 o'clock.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this the time that is supposedly when Katie instructed Molly to enter live and send her viewers over to Katie's channel to watch this exclusive release of information? Must be a different clip, because to me, Molly seems extremely willing to send her following over to watch Katie's stream. It seems like they had a pretty decent relationship and were working together to get information out on this case.
Oh yeah, with the physical, I think we're gonna hear about that on Without a Crystal Ball, okay?
She even knows what she's releasing in this video. What's funny to me is Katie and I still have not had conversations about, oh, hey, I'm going to release this, this, and this. Can you post it for me or anything? I've never asked Katie to repost anything of mine, and she hasn't asked that of me. Same with Molly, it kind of seems like. However, Molly and her had a way, way deeper involvement than I've had with any creator.
If you want to talk about teams, well, they were all a team at first. They were working together until that kind of went south. In my opinion, too many cooks in the kitchen with too big of egos. And it wasn't going to go well because people, the antis, really were putting pressure on the fact that, oh, get Katie out of the story. They were going to the admins of the groups. There was all sorts of back and forth with all of that. We've detailed all of that before, but I just wanted to include that Molly and Katie were actually working together. However, I'm the one that all of a sudden, I guess in their heads, became a team member of something.
And
I can't decide if we're like a bowling league, what the hell we are over here.
family got put in a position where they were going to have to choose either Molly and Justin or Katie. And Katie could sense that they were going to choose Molly.
And you know that's how? Oh, wait, you have premonitions too. I forgot. But Katie could just sense it. And I'm sure Vada knows that because she had conversations with Katie and Katie explained to her she could just sense it. So, you know, she had to create all the shit, right? Meanwhile, again, there's hundreds of videos from multiple creators covering the fact that they had a falling out. And one of Molly's first videos was, I can't confirm, sitting at her kitchen table because they started fighting around, well, one of them was who was talking to Dre's ex-husband. They were fighting over all sorts of weird shit. And all of us on the outside were going, what the hell's going on here? Because again, me and the people I associated with had no clue who these people were.
So what they ended up doing, she felt it coming. So she was trying to do any last thing she could. So she started to set up a scenario in case the mother did end up choosing Molly. So 3 days before, the family had chose Molly, and she was getting all kind. Everybody in the comments was letting her.
Did they have like a drawing? Did they like pick straws? How did they pick? How did she know? I got to know Vada. Like, where's the proof of this? Because it sounds so mischievous. It sounds so deep and dark. Like, oh, they knew she was going to pick her. They had this all planned out 3 days earlier. Meanwhile, the reality is, for most people that are aware, they had been having conflict over releasing information and who was getting sources. And then it started getting involved that so-and-so didn't have permission to release this. And then they were realizing that Letitia and Marvon Jackson, the biologic father, didn't have a good relationship. Letitia was telling certain advocates about things about Marvon Jackson and Wynette, and there was infighting with the family, and then the creators were involved in all of it. It was a complete shit show.
I know that, you know, Letitia and them were going to pick Molly, so she donated to the GoFundMe $1,000 and then made a post the day.
So she's claiming that Katie donated solely so they would attempt to pick her. Meanwhile, donations had started being gathered way earlier on than even the YouTube creators getting involved. Again, the YouTube creators didn't get involved in this story until the beginning of July 6th to be exact. However, I will show you receipts of when the money was actually started to be collected.
The very day on the 21st of July.
There's a lot.
She made a post saying that everybody's been scammed that donated, and that GoFundMe had told her to get a refund and to file a police report, and that everyone else should as well. So hundreds of people are asking and attacking this mother, wanting their money back and all of that, just because Katie was bitter that she wasn't picked. So she literally framed this mother.
That's not quite how that actually happened, but go on, Vada. Tell us again. Let's just continue to rewrite that history.
I refunded.
Oh shit.
Just like anybody else that asked for a refund and they were given their refund, they can be refunded.
You can have a refund. You can have a refund if you.
I mean, oops, that was Letitia's own statements about you can have a refund if you wanted a refund. And this, for those of you that have been paying attention, was one of the donations that I really started paying attention to. Now, our focus was not on the donations, and that's where it gets really confusing, because even though the donations were a big catalyst in the story breaking loose and realizing that there was issues with it, I never encouraged people to ask for refunds. I thought it was kind of odd that people would donate and then within days request refunds. However, that's a personal choice that they had to make. And I think that people absolutely were misled. So by the time that the YouTubers had gotten involved, there was already people donating large amounts. As you can see, this is from July 6th, the very day that the YouTubers had picked up the story, that had sent $500 because she was involved in the Facebook groups. This is the person that I worked with initially on her donation, and you'll see further screenshots here. And this is all detailed too extensively. So she sent a refund a couple days after. Her refund was declined on July 10th. That's pretty simple, straightforward. Again, if you want more information on that, and yes, I talk with my hands. If you want more information, I will link all of those videos after this, and you'll have an entire playlist that will go through bit by bit, and you will unravel it with us as we go.
And Nonsense in Uni Rock helped. They were helping. They were posting all these fake screenshots, knowing they were cutting crops. I got a whole video.
honey, child over there, the screenshots were cut and cropped because the admins were really turning on each other in real time. And some of them were coming forward and being transparent a little bit about certain things, and other ones weren't. So, yeah, we were getting bits and pieces, but the reason why they got posted is because I wanted the other admins to see that I was getting their stuff. And there was a lot that we never released either. But the whole narrative of cut and cropped and all this stuff, the narrative is still right there. You can't twist what's even in the screenshots that have been provided. But don't worry, I will show you some more of that in a little bit too. There's a lot of receipts in here.
Video about that, proving that they're cutting crops. And so
she spent hours. She's got an entire school of nonsense attempting to debunk these things. Now, she does claim that she is a computer wizard. And yes, I have her own words claiming that in this video too. So for somebody with that type of intelligence, I would expect a little bit more. However, here we are.
I started my channel on November 11th of 2022.
Happy anniversary.
And I was in a Facebook group. I think it was called Say His Name, which was a group dedicated to Marvon and his family on his biological mother and father's side. Well, out of nowhere, I get sent the screenshot, and they were like, this nonsense, like on my second day on YouTube. I got a screenshot sent to me saying that this nonsense girl was calling me a bitch.
Well, shit, receipts are pretty good. And don't worry, I have all of them, and they will be coming up. There's 3 parts of this, and we're only 21 minutes into this one. But this was one of my first posts about it, and as you can see, she was an MGL simp, so I just kind of cracked up about it and kept it moving. No big deal. But it was to her. Oh, wait, and this is the screenshot of the only message that I had ever gotten from this weirdo. This is the only interaction that this is how we met, I guess. I guess when somebody sends you a message these days and you don't even open it until yesterday, 2 days ago, I finally opened the message and took a screenshot of it for this video specifically. When somebody doesn't open your message, I guess this is meeting. So if you have unread messages, you've met all those people, okay? That's the theory we're going with here, people.
And that she had shared my post and did all this kind of shit. So I go over there on her page, and she shared my channel and was promoting me, basically. And then she called me the B word. I didn't even know her. I've never met her. And
don't worry, I've got all the screenshots coming up. They will be in here too. You can't make it up.
I was upset. She's like, well, you better tell who exposed this stuff first, blah, blah, blah. And I said, what'd you expose?
I don't know where she had that conversation or who she had that conversation with about you better expose. I'm still waiting for details on that because I don't remember that, but okay.
And so I got in her comments, and there was someone in the comment section that said, hey, maybe you should remove the links to her page because you're promoting her channel. And so right under it, I put, yeah, dumbass. And she.
And yeah, again, they're coming up. There's so many lies that I had to put these. Where do I want to put the screenshots of the lies? Because it's a lot. But just bear with us. We'll get through it all.
Heat went off. All of her mods started coming for me.
By the way, Ivana, just so for you and everybody else, most people are aware, but I don't even have mods on Facebook. I never have. And the reason for that is because a lot of people come to me under their real identity, and I value that. So therefore, I do not out them. And I've never added mods to Facebook because I do not want them having access to my messages and getting those people's private information. I don't have mods on Facebook. And at the time of this, they weren't even my mods on YouTube, I don't think, because I didn't know how to freaking add mods on YouTube. And she's referring to the Tessas, Amethyst, and Nunya. But don't worry.
In the comments.
You can't make this shit up.
The Amethyst person and Nunya. I didn't know Nunya either at that time. So they were just coming for my throat right out the gate. Well, I had
things that didn't happen for 100. Alex. Oh.
Months gathering the evidence that they had framed this lady.
Can you please sit still? I talk with my hands, but you fidgeting nonstop and like, I don't know what you got going on, but please sit still. This was hard. I was like, as I was recording this, I'm like leaning the opposite direction because I'm like, stop. Ooh, sit still. She knows she's lying.
I go on Molly Golightly's channel, who had 80,000 followers at the time, because I didn't have any. I had like 500 subscribers max. I think it was less than that. So we figured we'd do it on a bigger channel. I went on StreamYards for the very first time in my life, and we showed all the evidence in probably 10 hours. It was 2 or 3 different streams.
It was 3. It was 3 streams, and we did. I tortured you guys. We tried. It was like 10 hours of complete insanity and just lies and trying to stick things where they didn't fit and rewriting history. And it was so maddening that I gave up. And that was the only attention they had gotten from me, was when she took panel with Molly, because that was never a part of the story. She came in as a cleanup crew in the like 11th hour, I guess is what you could say. So yeah, I paid attention and we recorded and went over the piece of Molly, but she was really salty that I did not review her videos. She has really, really begged for me to review her and debunk her. She wants attention from me for some reason, and I really wish I understood it. It's really unfortunate that it's become this at this point, and I'm going to show you how it started, which is really unsettling.
Of what they did. Well, Nonsense Reacts tries to downplay it, never shows any evidence to debunk anything I said, and it went on for a year. And she tried everything to cover her ass. She never showed or tried to debunk one receipt that I showed. Never.
I didn't have to debunk anything that you said or claimed because it had already been debunked. There was hundreds of videos that debunked all of your attempts at your rewrites. That's why nobody paid attention to you, and still nobody pays attention to you, because you just try to, you're like throwing darts without a dartboard. You're just chucking them every freaking where. That's why nobody paid attention to you, Vada.
She just ran her fucking mouth.
I'm pretty fucking good at that, I will admit.
And then she manufactured these lies that people were going real life on her, and that it was me and and Aaron from EKC People Suck, because Aaron stood by me in that whole story.
So she brings up Aaron here, and we're just going to kind of ignore that a little bit. I will touch on that a little bit in one of the other parts. But again, EKC isn't somebody that I have watched at all. We made a button. Other people have covered her, and I've enjoyed it. Kathy P has covered EKC. What was the channel? The Molly Everything Go Lightly channel actually covered EKC, and that's where we got the blah, blah, blah sucks button. In fact, I still have that. I think I still have it on my thing. And, oh yeah, I do. Hold on.
Blah, blah, blah sucks.
That's about all the attention they got from that too. EKC, to my understanding, came in along with Steve in the beginning of this. I don't know their relationship in the beginning with Vada, how that all went out. In fact, there's many different twists and turns on that story, how they aligned together, things of that nature. Molly used to kind of go on EKC's channel right in the beginning of this and talk shit and throw shade at me. But I didn't even care because I didn't know who the hell EKC was. Well, then come to find out she's this extremist offshoot group that's associated with this one and Steve. So it is what it is.
And it ended up being a total mess. She's never to this day proved those claims, because it never fucking happened. She won't be able to prove it.
Okay.
She absolutely won't be able to prove it to me. But that's what she does as a defense. You call her out about something, and instead of taking your video with a criticism and debunking it, she will go live to all of her audience. At that time, she had full live chats.
She's really bothered by the fact that I'm not doing this on my main channel. She's really triggered that I have separated my content out, as you guys all know. I decided this is Kyle and I's channel. I do some drama over here. I do some irrelevant things over here, cooking bullshit and whatever we decide to do. In my main channel, I have kept to actually content that matters. She's really bothered by this.
And she would tell them that I'm attacking her family, that I'm after her husband's
Don't worry, I'll show proof of this.
job, that I'm after her kids. And so they would come and attack me. That's
By the way, nobody that I have ever seen on my behalf has ever attacked Vada. She has never been able to show proof that anybody has ever attacked her. She has never had a live chat where I have seen anybody that I associate with that is attacking her. There has never been a situation of me asking a single person to do anything on my behalf with her. In fact, quite the opposite. People were starting to pay attention to her because they were starting to realize how delusional this had become. And they were coming to me and I was like, ignore it, ignore it, ignore it. I don't want anything to do with it. But she came in rolling hot. But you don't have to take my word for it. We'll get there.
exactly what she did. She's never to this day proved any of those claims because it never fucking happened. She said CPS was called on her. Never happened.
Take note to that right there.
There was 2 times where people came to me and said CPS was about to be called on her, and I stopped it.
So she's claiming that 2 times people came to her and claimed that they were going to call CPS on my and my children, but she's claiming she stopped it. Meanwhile, do you ever think that I got information? Yeah, she did reach out to Nunya, who thankfully did send me a screenshot, which I do provide in this, of this claim that people were going to call CPS on me. But do you ever think that she outed the person and said, hey, I don't do things like that? No. She claims that somebody came to her and made these threats, but she has always kept that identity private. I mean, you can make it what it is.
She's lucky. She only got the 1 call allegedly. I believe it's bullshit.
You can believe whatever you want to. And here is some of the emails that started back in May. This was some of the bullshit that was going on in May. And if you look at this one, it says someone is going to SWAT and call CPS on you. Though, look on my communities tab. At least I have warned you. Now, this goes along with another text message that I do provide and later on. But she claims that she also wasn't behind any of the emails. Well, that kind of debunks all of that theory right there. So, but just wait, there's going to be more. You'll see that I responded and said, do not ever contact me again. And it's the exact same email that she had sent me, the one about the CPS calls. And she says, thanks for the acknowledgement that those gross CP emails are not from me, EKC or Steve, probably uni setting me up. No, I don't like you, but I would never sink that low. Sure. To which she responds and says, you don't need to be so rude, dumb bitch. Of course, she's like 12. And then she just kept on. I wouldn't have made CP of your kid. I would never sink that low. I made a mistake in mentioning that it was sick and gross of me, and I apologize. Now stop framing me with emails and go touch grass. So again, she claims that she's never been emailing me. Well, sorry, honey. And here's more. She asked for a truce. I don't even know who she was fighting with. It wasn't me. They were also creating emails claiming that they were me. They created a nonsense on the web Gmail account that was close to mine and were emailing fellow creators. It was insane. There was all sorts of stuff. See, they just keep going. And you'll see here, this is a screenshot of just that section, but you'll notice that the V's are all the same exact color too, the same exact pink. And then you'll notice who else was in my inbox emailing me at that point in time too. Interesting to say the least.
But she's lucky it didn't happen. But
I'm lucky it didn't happen, huh? And why is that, Vada? You wouldn't know, would you?
instead of just coming out, being honest, telling the truth, saying, yes, we cut and crop audio to make someone sound as if they were accusing somebody of a crime that they didn't.
Yeah, I'm not going to come out and say that I cut and cropped audio when I didn't cut and crop audio. And I just proved that ridiculously many times right there. But Go on with your lies.
Like, here's an example. Katie Joy had claimed that Dre McCray, which is the wife, murdered her husband when really he attempted suicide and was in a coma for this whole year. And so her and Nonsense worked together and chopped up a clip of
Her and Nonsense worked together and chopped up a clip. Becky, Nonsense here, made a video, used Manny Behind the Mic's clip for my video. That's all I had involvement in.
Molly's to make it sound like it said, we're watching you murder your husband, when that's not what she said. It's not
Zen, sweetheart. She hates you. We don't hate her. You just don't want to watch her murder her husband, mistreat her children. Is there something wrong with that? Whose side are you on, sister? You want to rock? Let's go.
Whoops. Go back to your story, though.
on my channel. You can see the whole thing played out in detail. And I even show on an editor how it was done. So
she showed on an editor how it was done. However, the original clips are right freaking there.
After that, they sought revenge. So they framed me with 2 doxes.
That had nothing to do with me, but go ahead.
And so they had said that I had doxed a girl named Penelope, and they created a manufactured tweet and community post that was never shown.
This was something that she had going on with Nunya. Now, Nunya and I are completely individual. Nunya had communication with her, tried to reason with her, tried to provide facts and details from my understanding, and try to like find a middle ground so this would stop, because she was just coming out and saying crazy stuff at the time. I don't know all the ins and outs of this. A lot of this stuff I did find out afterwards, but she puts all of this on me. She will also put this on me why their receipts battle didn't happen. However, I would have never been a part of that receipts battle because I thought it was actually disrespectful to Marvon. And that's not on Nunya's part, because Nunya wanted to like set the record straight on what was going on with Marvon. But we'll get into that in a minute, and I will show you that as what she wanted to do with that battle. But she can't separate these things out. Again, lumps it all into, that's all on me.
At all. And so Nunya goes live and shows all this stuff, and
I think those videos are probably still up on Nunya's channel. I did not verify that, but I'm assuming they probably still are.
debunked that too. It's called Penelope Docs. It's in the video section. Then they try to say that I attacked and doxed a lady named Judy Bill. It seems like Nunya was doing the work for Nonsense, which Nunya.
You cannot make this shit up. Now Nunya's working for me. Nunya didn't get paid either. Damn it. I guess Katie was paying me and I was supposed to pay Nunya. I guess that's how this goes these days. But let me show you something really quick. There was a receipt I didn't put in here, but I do have it right here. So the whole Judy Beal thing, Judy was one of the donators that Molly actually doxed in the beginning of all this. It was a big old shit show that had been going on, but they actually at one point in time, and that's what I want to find. Hold on. I do have it if I can put my finger on it. Give me a second. There's way too many screenshots in this. I saw this today, though, and I was cracking the hell up. Let me play this while I find it.
Is one of her mods. So, but what happened with that was both the people that I supposedly doxed backed me and told them they're liars. She didn't dox us. Stop, pretty much. So that ate their ass up.
Again, nothing to do with me.
So ever since then, they're trying to make me frame me as like a real lifer, as a doxer, and all this other shit.
Well, let's just go ahead and take a look at Tiger Talk's video here for a moment.
My life is too fucking busy. You want to go low? I'll go low with you, baby. Your mouth is the only danger to your family. The only threat to your family is your mouth. So let's get that straight. If you ever hear me on anything, make sure it's that statement right there, because that is a absolute fact. Best bet, if I'm calling you out to be a fraud, I'm going to say your name. I'm going to make sure everybody knows who you are. Y'all feel me on that? There ain't no sugarcoating it. Everybody's going to know what I got to say and who it's about. And I'll make sure to put your picture and your ancestors' picture on my thumbnail. I don't give a damn. That's just me, though. By the way, I did a little piece of art for you last night.
Please go over and give Tiger Talks a thumbs up and a like if you don't follow Tiger Talks. They do a lot of different content on a lot of different creators, but they actually did a really good job on Vada content for quite some time.
How's this fucking look? You want to talk about my looks? Look at this ratchet bitch right here. Fuck you. I'll send it to you. What's your fucking email? And if you would like the picture of yourself, this is not doxing. It was a public picture and it was sent to me and I was told it was you. If you're going to come at me, come out from behind that avatar. I'm just helping you out a little bit. By the way, guys, this is burnt toast, by the way. Let me go back to it real quick, which she's already been doxed. Her picture's already out, so this ain't doxing. You want to come at my looks with a chin like that and a unibrow like that. Bitch, miss me with that. No wonder you're hiding behind an avatar trying to go after somebody's looks. I wouldn't want to be on camera fucking either if I were you. I don't care about competing with anybody's subs. No one cares about subs. She got me past 2K. Thank you. Celebrate, guys. Woo, we got it.
She had attempted to dox Burnt Toast because Burnt Toast actually was another creator who exposed her on a bunch of lies that she had made up basically around some art that she claimed she had done. Burnt Toast streams, I'm sure, are up too, but that's why she attempted to dox Burnt Toast, is because Burnt Toast exposed lies over artwork. Did I hit play?
Well, if it's not her, then I didn't dox her then. She claims it's not her. Then if it's not her, it's not her. Maybe she'll come out from behind her avatar when she wants to talk shit about people and fucking confront somebody like a woman would instead of a pussy.
I told her, I said, for the 8 months that y'all harass and bring this lady, I'm going to give you that back in return, because the mother was not a YouTuber, so she couldn't get, her justice. So I decided to do it for her. I didn't know the woman. I started my channel in order to help her. I was hoping to pull her out of the fire. So I literally I made a 20-something channel target put on my back.
So she claims that there's 20-some channels going after her. I absolutely do not know where she got that number. I mean, again, math seems to be not her strong suit, but I don't even know 20 channels that know of her up until just recently. I mean, truthfully, I don't know.
Take this lady. Because she was innocent. Just because she didn't want to show her legal documentation, the GoFundMe was supposed to be dedicated towards a lawyer so she could get guardianship or visitation of her son, who was in a coma in a hospital for a year, because his wife, who's the influencer, would not allow them to go see their own son. They even found out that he was in a coma through a social media live stream that Dre did. So
they did find out on social media. I did include that in here. That's truthful so far. That's probably the only thing she
I was just trying to get her to her son. And
she claims that she was just trying to get her to her son. Now, remind you of timeline here. I'm still trying to find that post. I know I have it, but they had been able to see Marvon at the end of July. Vada didn't start her channel until November. So they were able to see him in June and July. Letitia visited it in July. Marvon Sr. had visited it in June. So she's claiming she just wanted to be able to get her to her son. But meanwhile, that had already happened.
I don't get that. I'm not going to take funds. If I spent the money that was donated to me, and trust me, Katie wasn't the only one requesting a refund now.
Oh, wait. That just happened to... Oh, yeah.
Wait, did you hear that? Katie wasn't the only one requesting a refund. Katie got a refund because Katie requested a refund through GoFundMe. Anybody that hasn't requested through GoFundMe hasn't gotten one.
That money, I wouldn't be able to pay back people if the money was used for anything. That money is
That's right. You told me a week ago that the money is still sitting there.
She says that Letitia told her a week ago that the funds were still there. But we have a text message from Letitia to the admins of the group that the GoFundMe was cashed out and would be available on July 16th.
That money is there. But I asked for, in the beginning, I asked for help with an attorney for visitation rights.
Yeah.
Can anyone count how many times we've heard that Letitia never asked for a single thing? Anybody know?
They were saying she's lying, the money never went to a lawyer and all of that, and that's because they didn't donate, and the mother didn't feel like they were owed any kind of receipts or any legal paperwork. It's none of their fucking business.
Shout out to
So she claims that the mother didn't feel that they needed to show any of the receipts. Well, meanwhile, Molly and Clan had already attempted to show receipts. And I encourage you, once again, if you would like to know for yourself, to go search on the website. You can see for yourself that nothing was ever filed on Marvon's behalf. But you don't have to take my word for it. It will go ahead and play out.
Kool-Aid for grabbing this clip coming up. But you'll see that this is the paperwork Molly briefly shows a glimpse of.
Oh, hey, Mr.
There is
Blackwolf.
no case number on any of this.
Impossible!
There's another one of the weird caterers. Please don't be mean to him. He seems to be a little thin-skinned on not being able to handle details either. But please feel free to drop whatever you need to on Twitter. I don't even know anybody that really uses Twitter, so have fun.
The fucking lawyer exists.
Weird.
Wow.
Boom! This is an official court document. Boom! Right here. Attorney for petitioner, Letitia Bias. Boom.
There
There you go.
And again, I find it very interesting that that paperwork does not have a case number still, because you'll see this is a text message from Letitia to Brittany, who was the first to be helping Letitia with the attorney stuff and the paperwork. On the 15th, she says that the attorney filed yesterday. So that would have been, the paperwork would have been filed July 14th. By now, September 2nd, we should see this.
Of course you do.
She has an attorney.
Okay. So happened, my attorney was able to negotiate terms without going into a courthouse.
Right.
Ouch.
It's so
ouch
happens that my attorney was able to negotiate without going into a courthouse.
So, but that still does not mean that I did not have to pay her that retainer fee.
Of course, you still have to pay her.
Documents that were signed and ready to be sent to court is still sitting there because we were scared that after the first visit that I would get barred.
Documents that were filled out are still sitting there because we were afraid after the first visit that I might get barred. Did you guys just hear that? They never filed any documents. Letitia herself says that on July 26th. No court paperwork was ever filed. That would be the paperwork they're showing you that's been filled out and never filed.
But things worked itself out where that's why I was so cautious and so limited on what I was doing when I was there because I did not want to get my visit snatched away.
Sure.
And then I'll be going to the court.
Yeah. If you didn't want to get your visits snatched away, then why didn't you take your attorney's advice? Because at this time, you had been telling people that your attorney had advised you to stay away from social media. Then why didn't you take that?
Okay, now, if I hire these other two lawyers or whatever other lawyer, that requires another retainer fee for that particular lawyer and whatever else money is going to cost.
Anybody remember that screenshot I might have released? And then all of a sudden, here comes her talking about 3 attorneys. She wanted 3 attorneys because that would somehow account for all of this money. Because as of the 14th of July, she told people she had plenty of funds.
And there's the screenshot for that. There is. Oh yeah. Yeah. He's been odd for an entire year, y'all. Just ignore. This is the like, because they're not, most of them aren't blocked over here because I don't have one give a shit about what they say. So they got to send in their third string. Come look over here. Don't look over there. Come look over here type of thing. It's the distraction technique. Hey, it's okay.
For the attorney. Already.
I'm too
but
concerned on
she
finding
didn't need one more than the retainer.
I don't understand why people think that. And the hurtful part is that I asked the one time when my cousin decided to do the GoFundMe, everything else came upon people asking me for that information.
That's
Your
exactly
your Zelle, your PayPal. I created these things not even knowing what it was at first.
right.
You know, I already had a cash out, but that was it.
And once again, that's another lie. She created these things not knowing what they are. We know that she already had most of these apps because at one point in time she owned a taxi business. She herself has stated that.
And we really are trying to seek justice. And
That's the main thing right there.
Yeah.
You know, even though people are saying it's flipped into me, no, it's not flipped into me. It's just that we were able to cut one corner.
It's interesting that she mentions it's flipped into her and she says, no, it hasn't. But you'll see very shortly that I even have tried to have a conversation with Letitia about good memories of Marvon.
And don't worry, I didn't include the entire thing, but if you want to see that video, video is actually very informative and it's got a lot of information, especially in regards to the attorney and the claims or the statements that they were making about what they were doing with the money, what the attorney was actually doing, all of the things around the attorney. Now, it will never overshadow the fact that nothing was ever filed in the court. The attorney, whether she existed or not, whether she ever was paid or not, was definitely not paid $14,000, which they had collected upwards of $14,000 by the 15th of July. Meanwhile, the YouTubers had only been involved for 9 days at that point in time. They continued to fundraise for legal purposes, and she claimed she needed 3 attorneys and all of this stuff for a long period in time. It will never make that true because there's never been anything filed on behalf of Marvon by Letitia or anybody in court. So, and Letitia says herself, they made an agreement. So the receipts that Vada claims she showed that all of this stuff was given to an attorney make no sense. Again, they don't even fit what Letitia herself claimed.
And highlighting the good things of Marvon, yet I was ignored.
And I want to tell everyone, if you're listening to me right now, thank you for keeping your eyes on the prize, which is Marvon and those beautiful 2 little girls. I prayed. My husband said, thank everyone for support, but those
you can block them
if you want. If they dad can get them, and you think that it feels good for somebody to say that they want to take a child from a mother? No.
And to this day, it's still none of their fucking business. So I went live. They still went on and on with this narrative and on and on and on and on and on. Of course, they said they were fake. So I ended up showing invoices proving that the lady had a lawyer. I showed the whole document, all of the documentation showing.
She did show some documents. I can't tell you what they were from because there was nothing that fit the stories that Letitia was telling, that Goose had actually told, that Molly had told. All of the receipts that Vada showed actually made bigger holes in the previous claims and statements by the previous advocates that I actually have more faith in them being honest even than this one. So it was really counterproductive, but she wanted us to make this big old thing of, oh yeah, she solved the problem. No, she didn't.
That she did file for guardianship over her son, and that she was telling the truth the whole time. Well, they finally backed down, and ever since then, they wanted revenge. Well, in February, I quit like I promised. Well, Nanya had came to me, and she's just like, will you stop making videos about them? We need to stop this.
So she's claiming that Nanya approached her and asked her to please, we need to figure out how to stop this. I have heard totally the opposite of that situation. However, I was not privy to the conversation between them. I'd never asked for extensive details on that, but I believe what Nanya told us, and Nanya said that she decided to remove herself from that. But Vada, I think, is taking Nanya for granted here because I don't know. I don't know how all of that went down. Again, I wasn't involved in any of that situation, but she's going to make it about me. But Nanya was, if that conversation ever took place like that, it was definitely not on my behalf. or anything of that nature, because Vada was fighting with somebody, claiming she was fighting with me. Meanwhile, I was doing content on other things, but it has never made sense.
And I said, well, we have mutual audiences. What we will do is
We do not have mutual audiences. None of us do. None. You have a totally, completely different audience. You have a Katie anti-Cater. You have nowhere close to the same audience as I do. So that definitely wasn't a factor either. You do get quite a few of my subs in there watching you because they absolutely find it hysterical, the amount of lies. And then the other ones are very disturbed by your lies too. So you've got a combination of people who do pay attention to you, because half of them find it hysterical that you can lie to the extent you do, and the other half find it extremely disturbing. So as far as that audience, yeah, but they don't talk, they don't attack you, they don't, none of that. So
she came onto my channel. I was respectful to her. And I said, well, here's what we'll do, because our audiences are confused on who's telling the truth.
no, again,
So what we'll do,
my audience has never been confused on that. And if they were, they have been directed to where to find the information. I don't know anybody around me that has actually given anything that this one has said any credibility. And that is the truth. There has not been one person that has came to me that thought that she was credible, because 99% of the people that are here today or watch this watched all of it play out and knew what was going on.
do is we'll set up a little live stream, and I'll write down the lies that y'all told on me,
She says, y'all.
and y'all can write down the lies I've told on you. And we'll
So Nanya, again, not to speak for her, but I think she has detailed this herself on her channel. Please go watch her videos. But I think she wanted to shut down Vada rewriting the history of what had been said by Molly and crew and Letitia. I think that was Nanya's intent, was to go into it and provide the facts of what was happening there. But then the list came out and it's coming up. But I wasn't involved in any of this. This wasn't something that I would ever entertain, because I thought it was completely disrespectful to Marvan's name and dignity to step all the way backwards and entertain her, because she didn't care about anything with the Marvan story. And that was the reality. She wanted attention for her. And here is the screenshot of the message that she had sent to Nanya to get to me about the CPS calls. Again, she claims that nothing was ever done to my real life. However, that's just not true either. She had reached out to, she claims, Goose and Nanya to try and get me this message. She had also emailed me about it. So it kind of throws a big hole in her stories once again.
see who's lying. You bring your proof, I'll bring my proof. And whoever doesn't end up doing it is the actual fraud and liar. Well, they bailed.
She claims that we bailed. First of all, I had nothing to do with any of that. And everybody has said that all along, that that was nothing to do with Becky. But this was Vada's list of things she wanted to debunk. She wanted Nanya to answer for these things. The first one, proof that Vada paid $125 for an interview with Molly, or the other way around. Proof Vada doxed Penelope. Proof Vada doxed Judy Beal. Judy Beal, that's what I was trying to find too. Because I have a screenshot of Penelope, Lori Lane, on Facebook claiming that Judy was an alt for Without a Crystal Ball. In the beginning of this, Judy's a real person who was doxxed by Molly. Like the fact that, I don't even know how that got there. Proof that Letitia's Cash App was designated towards lawyer fees. I will prove that in the next one coming up. I can't remember what the next one was. Fake screenshots. There was no fake screenshots, but okay. Cut and cropped audio. Well, I kind of went ahead and just proved that for you. Danielle's police report. Now, there's a lot of questions around that, but we're going to get back to that coming up. December 6th court date. I think that had to do with the Danielle police report, potentially. I can't remember that date for sure. It doesn't stand out to me. Proof of threats were sent to Letitia. I've never seen proof of threats that were sent to Letitia. So I don't know if she was going to be providing threats that were sent to Letitia, because none of us, and I've got screen recorded conversations, everything with Letitia, but they're okay. Proof Letitia made 80,000 to 100,000 in donations. We have always talked about that. Nobody knows how much was ever pocketed. People had tried to follow it, track it. There was absolutely no way. One person had tried to detail it and like followed everything and tried to make sense of it all. They got up over $70,000 last I had heard, but there was no way of vetting it because it was going to every single different payment app between GoFundMe, Zelle, Cash App, PayPal, all of the likes. And then proof that YouTube, I don't know what those were. Anyways, it was a bunch of bullshit. Anyways, that you can see was not focused on Marvon's story or Letitia or proving that Letitia was set up and framed as she had claimed. That was concerned about that. And that's why this was not even a thing to me. It was just nothing but drama.
And I won. And
she claims she won. Is there a prize? Did she get an award? I don't fucking know. But I guess because somebody had came and asked Nunya, I do know that, and they're saying it in the comments too, had asked Nunya to please not do it because they did not think that Vada could handle it. I think the person has just said that too. And because Vada thinks she won. I don't know what she won. I'm not really sure.
Nonsense, of course, refused. I don't blame Nunya because Nunya was going to have to come up here and try to cover up Nonsense's lies. She knew she wasn't going to be able to do so.
No. No.
She knew she wasn't going to be able to debunk my evidence, and I wouldn't have done that shit for nobody.
You're debunking your evidence. She wasn't doing anything for me on my behalf. First of all, I was not in agreement with it at all. And anybody can tell you that.
Either, fuck her.
I had nothing to do with it. I thought entertaining you at all was pointless, but
I wouldn't have done it either.
Okay.
I think Nunya was just caught in a bad situation that she didn't know what to do with.
So not even close. Nunya is a very independent person who made the decisions that she made on her own. She did nothing on my behalf, especially with you. So you need to leave that at the door.
Fast forward, February, I quit covering Nonsense, and I gave her a little break anyway.
She claims in February she quit covering me.
And I haven't heard or screamed about her in 8 months.
February to March, March to April, April to May, May to June, June to July, July to August, August to September, September to October. Okay, she's got the October thing right. But remember, she said she stopped covering me in February. Okay, pause. We'll get to that coming up.
And out of nowhere, a couple of weeks ago, she goes live while I'm live. I went to a bombshell channel because
so pay attention to what she's going to rewrite here.
I was reacting to a Queen Bee stream, and when I did, they were talking about this Bond girl scamming people. Well, there were some people in my comments trying to get me to say this girl's a scammer that I didn't know. I didn't know if she was a scammer, so I refused to say it, and they got mad. And right after my live, Bombshell went live, and they went up there and were lying about what I was saying. They were saying I was attacking Bombshell when I was backing her. I was refusing to call her a liar. So I go over to Bombshell's live, and she asked, and I went up on panel. She asked me how I started my channel or whatever. And so I had no choice but to.
She had no choice. Pay close attention to that. She had no choice.
Bring Nonsense up.
She had to bring me up, y'all. She had to bring me up. And meanwhile, she claims I went live intentionally because she was live. No, honey, I probably had no idea you were live.
Oh, that.
Here you go.
Oh,
matter.
Here we go. This is why she took panel, because she needs to hate bond with somebody over her obsession with Becky.
And they'll eat that shit up and come for me. So I was like,
Nobody's come for her. Nobody's came for her. Like, nobody's doxed her. Nobody gives a shit about her. That's the truth. And I hate to say that, but she wants so badly for somebody to attack her so she can be the victim. So until that happens, she just makes up shit like Tim Ballard and throws it out there as numbers. And there's no source for any of it.
I'm going to put a stop to this real quick and let her know. That's why I'm dying to read the rest of this. But it's just 2 comments. So in the comment section after that post nonsense, very first one, interesting to know who was a part of the cause. The dirty issue has been nonstop by certain groups. I'll shut up.
It has been. Flava and all those guys have been doing dirty shit forever. Okay.
And then over here, somebody said, this is where I responded. They said, really? You talked a lot of ish to claim you weren't warned about the calls. Good thing they weren't recorded. And I said, yeah, good thing they weren't recorded. Just hinting to let her know, like, call my bluff and I'll drop the whole fucking thing down.
Meanwhile, Vada records phone calls and people trust her. Yeah. Come on, people. Be careful though, because she does have a bunch of alts that she does hide in places with.
So tonight I went live because I don't know what, she keeps doing this. I don't even know her. I haven't said a word about it. She doesn't even know I know till tonight. Tonight, I straight out came out before it went too far. That was the whole point. And I was like, girl, I know what you're doing. I don't know you, and I feel no anger towards you. But I'm letting you know, you keep lying about this phone call and saying we're doing dirty stuff to people behind the scenes. I might just.
She's talking about a phone call that actually took place with Devious and other people that I was not a part of. But remember, she didn't have a choice but to bring me up, okay? She just said that she had no choice but to bring me up, okay? It's getting to that. But right now she's talking about a phone call that she recorded that, if I remember correctly, it was Devious, Faith Goose. I think, I don't know exactly who, so don't quote me on that, but I think Devious probably talked about it.
Drop that fucking phone call and let everybody know how dirty your ass is. It's funny that nonsense is right there in your first comment, but she'd love to hear what you had to say on the phone.
Yeah, I don't have a beef with nonsense. I don't know about everybody's beefs with I know that people don't like her.
I'm fine with you liking her. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, like,
I'm fine with you liking her. No, you're not. Let's be honest. No, you're not.
I don't have a problem with it because I wasn't a part of all that stuff. I just go in for
Neither was Vada. Vada wasn't either.
Time and say, what's up, and I've always been nice to her, and she's always been decent to me, and that's it. That's all.
That's where the grave thing came from. I'd love to tell you just
see, she had no choice. She had no choice but to tell her, y'all. You heard that, okay? But now she says, I'd love to tell you. I'd love to tell you. Oh, Lord.
5 seconds of.
Vada, this is called receipts. This is how you lay out people's words. This is how you debunk your bullshit. This is how it's done. Take notes. Okay, here's the 5 seconds. The grave shitter is about to tell us her 5 seconds. Oh, that was on the list too.
Okay. On November.
That was another thing on the list that must be cut off. I think that list that was one of my screenshots, so it probably isn't the full list, but that was another thing that she was expecting Nunya to answer for. And LG did a great video of where that came from, of why I nicknamed her the grave shitter. That was just her WWE name that I came up with. And anyways, a whole other piece, but yeah.
11th last year. I had sat back for 8 months and I watched Molly and Justin.
It wasn't even 8 months. Oh my God. Girly, can you seriously stop? I started my channel at the end of July to August, August to September, September to October, October to November is fucking 4 months, you goddamn idiot. Well, first of all, even if you sat in the bushes and watched, okay? Secondly, you came on the scene. Welcome in, Megan. With your immature little, hopefully you'll learn something in this one. Bullshit in November. I blocked you because you were, like I said, you were just like this little fucking pesky bug that was flying around that nobody cared because you weren't even a part of the story. You tried to interject yourself. You tried to get attention. You tried to do the same thing that you're doing now. But it was shut down. Well, then you continued to make egregious lies. You went to Molly and claimed that you had all the facts and you could lay it all out and you were going to prove that Molly was set up and framed and Letitia was set up and framed. Yet that has never been done. The only thing you got right was that he had passed away. And again, how sick do you have to be to relish in the fact that you are announcing that a Marine veteran has passed away? How disgusting do you have to be to take joy in somebody else's worst moment? That'd be you, Vada.
Having the Marbon story with Katie Joy. Marbon and Molly was, helping the family against drug.
I was laughing. Bomb was in my comment section while I was reviewing this because I had reached out to Bomb and asked her an email. Hey, do you care if I review this? Granted, I reviewed it before she even got my email. Oh, that bird's loud. I'll go back in a minute.
Because she's a part of the reason I started my channel. And I told her, I will show you the evidence tomorrow if you want to come over to my channel. So I followed through and I did so. Well, in nonsense fashion, she came up in my live stream and started talking some shit about some Arizona. I was like, Arizona. Marvon lives in Arizona. Dre lives in Arizona. What is this? What is
They don't live anywhere close to where I do. And with YouTube algorithms, you can also search it yourself, especially computer experts should know this already. Your algorithm goes off of your search history, your watch history, what you've been searching for. It is curtailed to what you've been up to. And you actively would have to put their location in, which is, again, hours away from me to get that. So this whole thing of like her saying Marvandre, but don't worry, I got you covered. I pulled the receipts for it and showed you exactly what she did.
this? And
My
she
computer
hits
did.
the live button while I'm live. She's mad.
Here you go.
Everything. If you didn't see the live earlier today with me setting the record straight on a lot of Vada's lies from last night, we did that. Everybody was respectful. Everybody got along great. Well, game over. This bitch just fucked up. Okay.
Trigger warning. I am triggered in this clip because this proved to me exactly what I thought was going on. But not only this part of how her computer outed her and her algorithm outed her, there's a lot more. This is only the first part of all of the lies.
So I'm going to play this.
By the way,
By the way, this is fair use.
The boy's mother. And so I give him what he asked for. He didn't ever come directly ask me for him, but
Okay. Okay. So she's trying to pull up this video and it's giving her issues. She's sitting over there like trying to get this video to load. Okay, watch this. Just wait. Of course, the video is of me because the bitch is obsessed.
one moment, I'm trying to get the freaking volume button to work.
Ooh, I'm pissed. I'm fucking pissed.
I was livid during this because this confirmed everything I thought.
Look at the title of this video that she's got right here. Look.
Gilbert versus Queen Creek.
Gilbert versus Queen Creek. Guess who lives in Arizona? Guess who lives 20 miles from Queen Creek? Guess who lives right next door to Gilbert?
Yep.
Bitch, you're done for. There is no reason why she has videos trying to find locations in fucking Arizona except this bitch is stalking my family.
Yep. And I stand on everything I said.
Vada, you have crossed so many lines. It's unbelievable. And your fucking history just proved it.
Yep.
You've got real estate videos from Arizona. Bitch ain't even close to Arizona.
Nope.
This is on her fucking video. Fucked up, didn't you, Vada?
This is, I mean, I say it's going to be fun, but I mean,
look at
we're here to win it.
Gilbert.
Okay, so Heidi and I are representing Gilbert. We got Ryan, Monday, and Anna representing Queen Creek.
There you go.
And we just want to have a conversation and share some of our favorite things.
This is The Real Deal, where real estate meets real life. Whether you're a seasoned real estate expert, a first-time home buyer, or if you
let me go back. I didn't mean to do that. All right.
No, you didn't mean to do that.
No, you didn't mean to do
Oh,
that.
I said
you
that
did
twice.
it. And there's no explaining your way out of it. Miss Tech Wonder of the Year. Miss I can hack everybody. Miss I don't do anything behind the scenes. Miss I have been gone for months. Yeah, you just showed your ass. And everybody else caught it. They might not realize that this is what you're doing, but you just showed it. You 100% showed your ass because there's no business for you to be looking up real estate in Gilbert and Queen Creek. You're fucked.
And again, I will reiterate to you, your algorithm does not pick that up unless those are in your search history and a part of your history. That is a YouTube algorithm thing, and it's curtailed to your distinct search history. You can look through on everything, all the platforms that will break it down for you. Please do your own research and decide for yourself. But I am confirmed 100%, and that's all I cared about.
You can't leave shit on the internet.
Nope.
I don't know a goddamn thing about you, but I know for a fact that you're not anywhere in the vicinity of me.
Yep.
And I'm showing the evidence.
So once again, more of her BS.
And does a 30-minute rant saying I'm stalking her.
Yep.
While I'm showing the evidence, which happens to be a video, an ad comes across the screen. And the ad's talking about some city in Arizona. So that's proof that I am stalking her, apparently. So I do a live debunking that, of course.
She didn't debunk shit. She just lied more.
And she starts a new channel. So her channel was called Nonsense on the like DA list. Her link's in the description. And now she has a channel called All of the Nonsense on the Web. And that whole channel is dedicated to me.
This part right here had me in the giggles. I will have to say this was a good giggle because this was exactly what Molly said too. When Molly first found my channel, my main channel, because Molly had enough that I cared enough to put her on the main channel. It was a big enough deal. So the reason most of you are aware, and if actually a few of you helped me make the decision to separate out my content, because I was like, I want to be able to do like drama, scorpion hunting, cooking, whatever the fuck I want to. Kyle, like videos this is Kyle and I's channel that I do drama and whatever else on. And I keep my main channel for content that I'm actually like concerned about or things that actually matter. So that's why my channel got separated out. She did get some attention on this channel because, again, I won't put her on the main channel. However, this is not dedicated to her, but don't burst her bubble, please, y'all. Just let her be.
I found out last week.
Yeah, she found out.
And so what happened recently is there's this woman that's been harassing and attacking and stalking me, Steve, and Aaron from EKC People Suck. And she saw the benefit of, oh, yes, I can get revenge on this bitch. And
I don't know what she thinks I'm seeking revenge on her for, because, again, I hate to burst her bubble, but nothing she has said has ever had any gravity to it that anybody would be concerned about.
The person that I have a TRO on is over in her comments.
And yes, I've already said this. The person that has the TRO against them did reach out to me and apologize to me before all this shit got really cooked off. I didn't even know that at the time that all the stuff with the swatting had happened, anything, because I genuinely do not follow that group of people, nor do I watch their videos. It's just not my thing. And even after the person reached out to me and I did engage with the person, I was there to support her because of what was going on to her. And it's been ridiculous and over the top and disgusting and vile and all of the things. They've blamed her for so much stuff. It's bad and it is what it is. But yeah, let's go.
I know everything that Nonsense has is from her because she read the TRO that I put on the lady. So I know Nonsense is all over this for her benefit. That's all this is about. She's wanting revenge on me.
And here, just so you guys can read it if you would like to, I included this. This is the entire statement that Vada gave. She actually names me in this statement that I work for or on behalf of Katie Joy and this other person that has a TRO on them. And they've got some conspiracy theory in their heads that I am talking about Vada or anything on behalf of other people. Granted, I'm not the only creator. She names Burnt Toast in there too. This is just their conspiracy that they will not come off of. But you don't have to take my word for it. I'm going to take you back a few months here in a minute. And this is a long one. Sorry, y'all. But you'll have to pause to read it all.
So 2 weeks ago, I was a stalker. But
Oh, and by the way, the statement is also written and signed by the name she claims isn't her. I just needed to point that out, but I will point that out again here shortly.
The other day, she dedicates a live to me. So
I did. I dedicated a live to her 100%, trying to rationalize with her that this isn't headed in a good direction.
Am I a stalker or not? You say I'm stalking you, but then you dedicate a live to me saying
It's really not that complicated.
that you feel sorry for me and that I'm some weak bitch. And it doesn't look like I'm the weak bitch because I've been able to debunk every single thing you've claimed or said.
Yeah, kind of yikes on that.
Without blinking an eye. Like, I don't even have to blink an eye. I could do it with my eyes shut. That's how much I've been able to do it. And
This is how much she's been able to do it. She don't even have to blink an eye. She's debunked everything I said. Yeah, okay. That's just not it either, but
once she says that she could punch holes in all my stories and that she could expose all my lies and that she's going to expose me. Well, bitch, I've been waiting a year. Where are they? She says that she could show receipts and debunk everything I've ever claimed with her eyes shut, but I'm still waiting. So that's why me and this girl have an issue.
Again, she has an issue. Nonsense doesn't. She's not a factor in Nonsense's content on this page, the other page. She's got a little attention because she's like the thorn in the side that doesn't go away and continues to rewrite history and continues to poke. Yeah, kind of like that.
After alone since February, she goes live 8 months later claiming I'm stalking her. Just because I had to tell how I started on YouTube. And now she's dedicating a live saying that she feels sorry for me, that I'm mentally unstable, and that she doesn't believe my abuse stories, and I'm nasty.
I've never said that. In fact, I've never said that publicly at all. So I don't know where she's deflecting that, but I have not said that publicly at all.
Because I went live and exposed.
I have said she's lying and I can poke holes in a bunch of her lies, but I included a couple things coming up.
Katie lying on a guy and trying to get him convicted of R that she falsely accused. But I'm the piece of shit for doing that when the guy was the victim. There was no evidence whatsoever. In the SR kit, which is an R kit, nothing. No lesions, no tears, nothing. Nothing.
And that was absolutely vile and disgusting what she did to Katie.
Be something. I've had 3 done. I know exactly how that works. So the officer figured out she was lying and that she was just jealous because the guy treated her as a one-night stand and had a girlfriend, and in revenge, she falsely accused him of R and filed a false police report trying to get the young guy put in jail for the rest of his life.
Yeah, I still stand on the fact that that was completely beneath the lowest of low. I think that is almost wanting me to poke holes in her personal stories. However, that's just not what I'm going to do. But she does say some things and question me coming up. So there is going to be some shocking things that you guys are going to hear. So trigger warning, if you are not prepared for me to be honest, then you might want to check out now.
And like I always say, the best predictor of future behavior is relevant past behavior, and she did the same thing to Steve McCrae. So
completely not even similar. So Katie filing, I mean, you guys know, most of you guys were around for those days, but the Steve situation and Katie's ex-boyfriend or whoever whatever the case may be, are 2 completely different situations. And the fact that they've even tried to make it into the similar things is beyond disgusting to me, but you guys can make up your own minds on that.
I don't feel bad or guilty whatsoever for doing that shit. Sorry, still don't. I don't care what she thinks. But of course, she's going to support women that do that kind of shit because she doesn't support anybody that's been in a domestic violence situation.
So she makes some pretty bold claims here that I don't support women who have been in domestic violence situations and so on and so forth. It couldn't be further from the truth, but I don't have to defend myself on that. You guys know who I am.
Minimizes abuse. She minimizes SA. She stands by.
Not even remotely close. In fact, the content that I do focus on involves victims of sexual assault, coercion, and things of that nature. So you couldn't be further from the truth or a bigger liar than you are currently. I mean, that's all you do. So
Women that falsely accuse men of SA. So do your thing, girl. That's fine.
Yeah, nothing but lies.
Nothing to do with me. And the reason I'm telling this story is because I had a lot of comments of like, who is this? They were like, who is this on my last stream? So I figured I would give a quick backstory about how.
That was a quick backstory of how she knows me.
I know this bitch. And I know on the last stream I said I wasn't going to call her names, but fuck that. Anyways, what happened to Penelope? Where did she go?
This will get addressed in the another part of this, so bear with us because we still have a lot to address.
I've talked to Penelope because she had my back when they tried to frame me with her dogs.
Little Lori's still around.
She is behind the scenes doing her own thing because they harassed her. So
that's not quite how it went.
These are just all bullies.
Yeah, that's not exactly how that went either. But we'll get into that.
Bullies and bullies. She's out of content. So
honey, I have more content than I can even get to. I actually am so far behind on the stories that I'm doing, and I continue to get asked to do stories. I just don't have enough time, but you can tell yourself whatever helps. Whatever story you want to go with. I don't even care.
She's wanting revenge on me, so she's feeding this woman behind the scenes, just feeding her a bunch of shit in her ear,
That's not remotely true either.
and she's loving it. And really, the woman's using her. She needs her to go live and say I'm stalking her or harassing her, so that she'll have testimony for court and evidence showing that I've done this to her.
No, I volunteered to write a statement for her if she needs one.
And what perfect way to do that than to go to all of my enemies and get them to make up lies and go live about it, record it, take it to court, and be like, here's evidence that she's harassed and stalked somebody else, which is bullshit.
Yeah, I'm sorry if y'all have a headache, but we're not done.
I'm too obsessed with myself to be obsessed with somebody else. Sorry.
Yikes.
And so Nonsense has been going live. We reacted. If you haven't watched part 1, you might want to watch it before you come. Well, really? Go ahead and watch this if you haven't watched part 1, because she's repetitive and it's the same shit the whole live, so you're not going to miss anything. Just saying. Hi, Anna. Hi, Tammy Sue. I'm sorry. I should have addressed y'all first, but I had to get out what I memorized to say.
She memorized this, you guys. It's memorized.
Let's see. Everybody's eating dinner. Is that what's happening? Hey, Nana Hawk. Hi, Brenda C.
Oh, this is
April.
painful.
Hey, I haven't seen you in a while. Actually, I think you were here last time. Anna was here last time. Either it was Anna or April. But that's who Nonsense or Dumbass on the web is. I call her Dumbass on the web. If I ever say, hey, we're going live about Dumbass, that's who I'm talking about. And I'll go ahead and show y'all her channel real quick in case you'd like to go watch her. Okay, 1 second. And when you watch her, you're going to notice her rant and make all these claims about me, but you won't see no evidence come up on screen. Ask her where the evidence is. If she claims I'm going to rely on her, ask her to show it.
Yeah, we just kind of did that, Vada. We just kind of did that. Hopefully you caught it this time.
And prove it. I'd love to see it, because when we were having that battle where we were supposed to be, debunking who's lying and who's not, she pussied out and wouldn't come because.
No, I don't entertain people like you at all. I have a strict zero tolerance for people like you and people who can't even get criticized over lying about art. Simple things like art, and you threaten to dox them. I have no qualms about. I've said it straight up from moment one. I would never entertain you. That was pointless to me, and I've stood on that. Same with all the people around you. That's why I didn't engage with Steve. And again, you last night said that I claimed that Steve hit on me or sexually harassed me. I've never had a conversation with Steve, let alone have I ever claimed that Steve sexually harassed me or he hit on me. You would have to have a conversation with the person for that to happen. So you might want to correct that too, because you making Steve look like a bigger idiot than he already looks on his own.
This is what we've done to her real life. Even though she stalked a woman for a year, the woman doxed her, and that's the obvious person that would be doing anything to your real life if it was done, which it wasn't. But she just decided to put it on us because she was bitter and mad because she was exposed. That's all it is. So right now,
oh Lord.
What she's been doing lately, what we're going to be reacting to today, is she decided to manufacture this live. And
manufacture a live. No, honey, I just hit the live button. I didn't manufacture shit.
By the way, there's these crazy women behind the scene that do fucked up shit named Erica and a couple more.
Yeah, we kind of all warned you about Erica. And for those of you that forget, let's talk about that right quick for a moment. Erica actually aligned herself with this extreme group of caters. And actually, Erica claimed that she got a TRO on Katie too. And Steve was taking up for her to other creators in the anti-community who were like, this seems shady. I've shown those text messages previously and the messages with that. But Erica was also aligned with this group for a short period of time. And Erica actually took panel in multiple different places, made up a bunch of egregious lies. The Tess is over here absolutely called it out and put Erica on blast pretty early on and tried warning everybody. But when we seemed to warn them, they all kind of ran right to her. So here we are. They all kind of found out the hard way. At first, they were all singing Erica's praises. And then now, she obviously works for us.
So she's saying I like them, I'm unstable. Bitch, I must not be too unstable because I absolutely exposed you and did everything I needed.
And here is some more of the Erica stuff, just so you guys can see transparency. I've shown these before, but this was me in the blue saying, girl, stop playing. To Erica. Erica comes back with these supposed ROs that she had gotten on Katie. By the way, Vada, you could have filed your TROs on Katie in Minnesota online, it looks like, because that's what Erica claims she did. So you might want to hit her up. She might teach you how to do it. And there's the rest of it. Jesus. This is so boring.
To do. So I'm pretty fucking smart. Sorry. And you say that you're going to expose me. Well, bitch, you in what cankle? The one under your stomach or your legs or which cankle?
She's really bothered by my looks, extremely bothered by my looks. And that's a her thing. Totally fine.
I'm just wondering what I'm coming up against.
But I figured I'd show you guys my cankles in clothing.
So let me see. Let me go find her real quick. Just one moment. And throughout the live, she says that I'm.
So here's one thing that I'm going to put out here. So she claims that this picture, this mugshot that Katie posted is not her. Well, I have tried to tell her nicely, repeatedly, over and over again, that there was photos tagged of her on all social media platforms that anybody could vet that are her. Well, I did a side-by-side for you guys. And yep, there you go. She didn't have pink hair. She does have brown hair. The lip thing is the exact same. The nose is the exact same. It is what it is. But there's no need to lie. Nobody cares about a shoplifting charge, even if it was her when she was younger. Nobody gives a shit. It's just the amount of spin that she's trying to do on this is out of control.
Crazy, I'm mentally unstable, and she thinks I can't handle. I think I've handled myself pretty good. Any accusation that's been made against me, I've debunked every single one of them, unlike you.
Ugh.
And she says, basically, due to my mental health, she could poke holes in all my stories and expose all my lies. But due to my mental health and the fact that I couldn't handle having that kind of exposure done to me, that she's going to do me a favor because she cares so much and it's not going to.
No, I don't care about her. I care about the people around her that she continues to put in this bullshit. Because if I was to just come out here and poke at people and lie at them all the time, which she will actually say herself coming up in the next part, that when you do things like that, you kind of expect things to come back. And I was trying to give her some valid advice of, look, this shit isn't fun when they do start coming for your real life and making the calls and all of that stuff. And I genuinely was concerned about her family around her. She claims I threatened her family. You'll have to find it because there was not one fucking threat at all. I genuinely was concerned and had private conversations with people around me about my concern and how to address it. And she just twists and turns everything. So it became pointless. And she just continues to beg about it. Beg for my attention. So she's getting it.
Do it.
But I don't care in that way.
Bitch, that's the lamest fucking excuse I've ever heard in my life. You just can't. You can't do anything. And you know you can't do anything. That is the most hilarious fucking excuse I've ever seen. The first excuse was you're doing all this shit to my family. And now the excuse is
I never have done anything to your family. I never would. In fact, I said the other day that somebody that's claiming to be a family friend of yours reached out to me. I didn't respond or engage with the person because I don't know who is behind the email. But you don't have to take my word for it. I'm going to provide it here. I did block most of it out because they did detail a lot of stuff that I'm not going to release. It's not my story to release or tell. But if I'm getting sent these type of emails, that's why I was encouraging her to get in front of her lies, because she has people around her that are watching her and are extremely upset from the sounds of this email. Granted, I can't vet who this is from, but because she called me a liar, I will be providing it.
oh, she's crazy and mentally fucked up. Well, at least I don't have a dick as a nose. All right.
She's really triggered by my looks, so there you go. There's my dick nose. There you go. There's a close-up of it. This is probably my favorite screenshot in the whole thing. You guys don't even understand this. Blasting my looks is never going to be something that's going to trigger me. I am not one of these people that thinks I'm this, oh my God, I'm so hot type of thing. You can rip on my nose, honey. I hate my nose too. I absolutely hate it, especially because of my sinuses. But okay,
Right, let's see.
You can't.
So I'm going to show you her channels in case you would like to go give her a view. And just check her out. And what you're about to watch her, you're going to see how abusive she talks. And
She claims that I talk abusive. This is not the first time that she says it. She'll actually say it in the second part of this too, and it's really entertaining.
the way she talks and stuff, it's very disgusting, and I can't listen to her that long. That's why this is a part 1 and 2.
So I talk disgusting, but if you've ever sat during one of her streams, it is, there's just no comparison even. That's why I have really attempted to ignore and not do this, because I don't think she can handle being criticized. We watched what she did when Burnt Toast criticized her over art. She does not handle criticism well whatsoever, but I'm not blasting her looks or anything of the sort, because at the end of the day, that's not why I'm here.
Because the bitch just, ugh. And by the way, Nonsense made a short about me, and she asked me a question, and she said, I want you to tell your audience and me why I trigger you. Well, don't worry, bitch, it's coming soon. I'm going to finish it right after this live, so be looking for it. So I will.
She continues to say she's going to respond, but I don't think she's going to respond in the truthful manner. But don't worry, we were going to cover that in another part.
Respond to your short.
I didn't realize.
All
she'd
right,
already
so
told me.
let me share my channel.
She's already told everybody why I trigger her months ago, and I just didn't watch, so I didn't know.
Thing. 1 second. So this is Dumbass on the Web.
Yay,
just type in at Nonsense on the web.
Yay.
And that's her first channel. That's the channel I'm familiar with. Well, lately she started this channel, which is called Olive Duh Nonsense 2. Don't worry, it's no upgrade from Nonsense 1. And it's got a picture of her and her hubby over there. So that's who she is. So now that you know who she is, let's get back to what we were doing. Okay. So that's our history with Nonsense. Megan's probably going to be coming up here.
Our history. First and foremost, I don't even know who this person is that sits on your panel up until recently. I didn't know who these... We'll get into that coming up, but no.
Here soon. She is really a drama channel, and it's not credible. She talks about mental health and all, yeah, except she bashes you for your mental health. And all I see is a crazy woman screaming all the time. I would hate to see how she speaks to the children. Oh, I could.
Yeah, that just happened.
Imagine them hearing that screaming, but I'm not going to say another word because she'll say, "Don't talk about my kids."
She likes to do that.
But she spent a whole live stream talking about my family, and apparently now she's contacted my family and is
I would never contact your family. In fact, again, I didn't respond.
emailing my family. Like, bitch, why are you talking to anybody that has anything to do with me? Why are you watching me? Why are you following me? Why are you in my...
I actually haven't been, and recently I got dumped a bunch of stuff in my lap that I never really wanted to deal with, but here we are.
fucking business.
But since, I'm just a liar, here is a piece of it you can see up at the top. I did black most of this out again because there's a lot of details on this that I'm not comfortable sharing. It says, I'm reaching out in an attempt to speak with you about who you call Vada. Her real name is blank. But and then there's more. And I will, I share it again in the second one too. And you can see more in that one. But they've been reaching out to me. I don't know who this is. I don't know if it's another fake email, but if this is a fake email, this is a fake email from somebody that knows a lot about her life.
I know you don't want this shit for another year. I know you don't.
Why did I have it to begin with? Oh, wait. Don't worry about explaining that. We went back.
I hope you don't start no
I went back.
cases because I'm going to be all over it. I'll be all over it. Most of my audience knows everything that's been going on. They've watched everything that's happened, and they know where the truth is and who's telling the truth.
And if your audience is condoning what you're doing and cheering you on, they aren't your friends. And I've said that repeatedly. Anybody that you consider a friend that has sat here and gone along with these lies, and Megan, I'm specifically talking to you right now, it's pretty disgusting. If you are actually a friend to her, you would have said, you know, this is probably not the way to go instead of encouraging it. But hey, at least my friends call me out when I'm wrong and stand up when I'm not doing something they agree with. And even if we have a conflict, they still absolutely will tell me how they feel. And we have enough care and respect for each other that we can have boundaries and still keep it respectful, unlike you.
Besides the dumbass trash Twitter trolls over on Twitter. And those are her only friends.
I don't even fucking know who the people are on Twitter. For those of you guys that have been around know that I struggle with fucking YouTube, let alone any other apps. I did find my way over on Twitter to like try and get some of the backstory and the history here and things that were going on, because I was completely in the dark about so much of the shit that had gone on. And I figured, you know what, trying to do my due diligence and figure out. So I did. But that Twitter shit is wild to me.
Besides the psychos in her comment section that believe and eat up everything that bitch says.
By the way, my comment section is not filled with psychos. They're actually very intelligent, articulate, amazing, beautiful people, but you wouldn't know that.
Literally.
Just because they don't buy into your bullshit and your spins and your rewrites of history, it's not a them problem, that's a you problem.
She says I'm mentally unstable. Bitch, look in the mirror. Well, I know you couldn't own a compact mirror because you'd shut it on your nose every time you try. So let's see.
My nose isn't even that big, Vada. You got to come up with something better. Come on.
I'm going to go and we're going to finish reacting to the rest of Dumbass on the Web. Meg, if you want to come up, I'll put the invite link 1 second, unless you want to just come in through studio. Here you go. And if anybody else wants to come up, you can. But let's get part 2 over with.
Okay, so we are going to take a quick break here and move over. Yeah, nothing wrong with that, right? A bit of a psycho. I mean, hey, that's totally fine. Whatever floats your boat, right? I mean, I wish I understood all this, y'all. I really do. I have tried for months to understand this and I can't. But this actually was pretty intriguing to me when I saw this. So we're going to go to this one now. We're going to go back in time before we finish that bullshit. And we might do that in a part 2. But this will be the only attention she gets is these videos that I've laid out. And that will be that. I anticipate more of the BS to pop up because the only time that the BS really kicks off is when this crew is moving around and doing stuff. It still makes no sense to me because I'm not involved with their crew, nor have I ever been. So I don't know. But they are stuck on the fact that I'm Katie. It's just the way it will always be to them. And you can't reason with the unreasonable. Hold on, y'all. Okay, hold on. Now, this is chock full of receipts, too. This is receipt heavy. So, sorry about that, but sometimes it's needed. And this is one of those days. Throwback with facts. Okay, share. All right, there's that. All right, Smiles. Tomorrow's Smiles' birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Smiles. Happy birthday to you. Okay. Sorry, y'all, this is long, but I just want to get it done and over with because I'm really fed up, to be truthful. Let's go. Now, this is going to go back. Sorry, Dexter's bugging me. This is going to go back to February 3rd. If you remember,
All right, let's see.
in the last live, she said that she stopped covering me in February, that she no longer covered me as of February. She laid off me or whatever her claim was. As you can see from the title of this video, that's absolutely not the case. This is actually a video that she was doing about something to do with the Ashley furniture situation and Molly and Betty. So let's let her talk.
There's an option to add the screen record app to the control center. Then you just click it. Okay. So I have 2 Androids. I have a Galaxy Z3 Fold and a Galaxy Z3 Flip. This is my Flip. It's got a lime green glow in the dark case.
And yes, this is just a piece of that live stream. This is not the full thing because there's no freaking way. So this is the cutout end of the live stream. If you want that live stream, it's the very first live stream on her channel. The reason why I went to this one is because I had to ask people around me, like, where the hell did she even come from? And where did this obsession start? I was really confused because I didn't pay attention to this. That in this video here, you claim nonsense. I know you're watching. I hate to break your heart, but the first time I ever saw this stream was last night because I was trying to figure out where you came from and what the hell you were doing. So that's why I finally watched it, and I was astounded by the lies that you told right off the bat.
I'm legally blind. I use text to speech recorder and don't know tech enough to figure it out like I like. If you need help with that, you can email me. My email is Jade, J-A-D-E, Vada, V-A-D-A 71 at gmail.com. Or you can just DM me on Facebook. I'll help you. I help people with their content. I just started my channel in November, and I think I've been practicing for, y'all don't know me that well, so I want to go ahead and explain this before we get into it. About a year ago, I was just swimming through YouTube, and I came over a channel called Mysterious, and that's how I was introduced to Without a Crystal Ball. She was in that.
This is all information that I've never heard before, nor do I even have a clue who those channels are.
Haughty Westbrook lawsuit, and I was swarming around the community trying to find someone I thought was cool that would be trustworthy. And I come around Aaron. I liked AZ. I'd watch AZ, and then I just started seeing some like really fishy stuff because I majored in computer science. And
I know that somebody had just recently said that that's not true, that has never claimed that she had a computer science degree. Well, there's that.
I noticed a lot of things that were kind of ramish and kind of set up for an audience, and it wasn't genuine, and it kind of bothered me. So I finally settled, and I was like, you know what? I've never seen Erin do any of this kind of stuff, so I'm going to check her out. So that's how I started following Erin and got into this whole situation. So I just started following Molly during the Barbara McRae case or story. It's not even a case. I don't know, saga, whatever. Okay, how are y'all doing tonight? What time is it 9:20 y'all's time as well? I'm sorry I was late. I wanted to have a full battery for this. And I feel like that's been going on for years. Now with Nonsense's first video was, released on, let me think what it was. Katie asked for a refund on July 21st. Nonsense's first video goes up July 23rd.
Not true. Oh, wait, I provided screenshots of that too.
And you could tell that they knew each other. I believe that was absolutely by design. Absolutely. I absolutely believe that was on purpose. And I've been really looking into how this whole thing has come together. And I'll tell you something right now that I've been looking into. Y'all know my next video is busting the donation scam and drama. So I just want to talk about that briefly. So that way y'all know what's coming. And Nonsense, I know you're watching this, so you might as well listen up.
I did finally. You're welcome. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I didn't know that I was demanded to have watched these videos before. But truthfully, if you want me to go in and show you the watch history of you and EKC's channels, I absolutely have no problem doing that. But you'll be highly disappointed. I've watched more of yours than I've ever hers. I grabbed a clip from hers the other day, though. So I did watch one of hers, but oh, God.
So what she's been doing, if y'all noticed this, all right, y'all go to the date that I dropped my video, November 21st. And right after that, you're going to start seeing, you'll never see it before this.
Here we go.
But right after I dropped that video, Nonsense starts trying to distance herself from Flava and the Dono girls. Y'all remember Letitia was getting, donations, and she's been going on hell. She's been going on for 6 months about fucking donations, which is none of her fucking business where they went. She's such a moron. But anyways, that girl makes me sicker than KJ does. I mean, seriously, she.
So remember, she stopped covering me in February. Okay, don't forget that this is not her covering Nonsense in February. And she was really triggered by me in February. Meanwhile, I didn't even know what the fuck was going on with that crew, nor do I know what she was talking about in the beginning of this, where she said she came from or anything. Like, I have no idea of any of those places. Thankfully, I still don't, nor do I want to. But that's where she claimed she came from. However, she ended up here is beyond me.
Okay, so when I started noticing, y'all want to know how and why I started my channel? is I started seeing red flags. So I was watching nonsense. I liked her at first. And she'd say, do your own research, go look at your own evidence.
I do. I say that all the time.
Go look for yourself. Don't trust me. So that's what
I do say that.
I did. And I went to her Facebook and I started looking at these posts and screenshots that were attached to the post. And in the last video, you'll see what I'm talking about. I showed you how they were tampered with and cut and cropped. And the messages were cut.
They weren't tampered with on this end. This is how, again, things that don't make sense. Vada, this was all, they were turning on each other actively, and we were all watching it happen and actually encouraging it to happen, because then we were learning more details as it went. But we'll just let you talk some more.
Cut and cropped, and all the ones that were cut and cropped were specifically about Letitia. And that bothered me. And I started noticing that about 3 months into the story, and I was like, this is fishy. Well,
yeah, at least she got her math right there. But here's some examples of things that were posted on my Facebook. Granted, you can go see these if you want to yourself. They're in every fucking video. They've been walked through. My posts are still all there on Facebook. I mean, it's really not rocket science, but this is from August 24th, 2022. This is a group chat. I detail what was going on. Here, I even broke it down for you so you can see. These are from July 9th in the conversation that was going on in this small chat. Now, most of you are aware too that there was multiple chats. There was multiple private messages getting exposed. She claims different numbers in these messages. We've detailed all of this in videos, and I said before that I'm going to do you guys a playlist for those of you that want to see this. You can see that they were even unsending messages. They were trying to get ahead once they realized messages were getting leaked. They were deleting them out of there. That's why I included that. I mean, they were all shady as hell. That's why they got exposed. But for people like that, this doesn't quite make sense because she has a hard time following things. So if you want to read these in detail and go back through them, please pause and scroll up or whatever you have to do. They're all there. However, these have all been put in all of the videos. We've talked about it. We've broke it all down. So
that was a red flag, and I held on to it. Well, then she would say things. She would do something, and then she did it because you watched it happen, and then she'd come back like she never did it. Said, I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what she's talking about because I don't know what she's claiming that I did that I would act like I didn't do. I stand firmly on everything I've fucking said and haven't wavered.
And that was a red flag. And then the big ding, 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 where I jumped into it was, at which there's been a lot of situations like this I could have jumped in, but this is why I came and went ahead and started my channel. This was it.
So she remembers some of the stories recently. She tells, well, this is a twist that I didn't realize. Again, this is back from February when she wasn't covering me anymore, but this is why she started her channel. Meanwhile, I didn't even know that she had such an, I don't even want to call it obsession because that makes me feel unsettled. I really get under her skin for somebody that she's never interacted with.
I said, if you're going to do it now, this is where you want to do it. Let's do it. So the girl, Danielle, the donator, there was a girl that donated $500 to Letitia. And Katie makes a post on August 7th and 8th for this girl saying that Letitia had blocked her, had blocked the refunds, had declined the refunds, and wouldn't get the girl her $500 back. And that the girl had donated on July 8th. And the girl said,
so I actually pulled the screenshots between Flava and I. This is Flava and me. I am in the blue on this one, and Flava's, you can see with her avatar next. And you can see here that she had, this is what we were going through, and I provided some of these screenshots of the police report. I didn't even know. I wasn't a part of the Dono girls. I wasn't a part of their group. Flava has confirmed that herself. Even though Flava and I had some issues, there was so much chaos going on, and that it's just what it is and what it isn't. And I was never a part of that group. But you will see more yourself. And then you'll see that I ask if they want it dropped. She sends more stuff for me to redact. We talk about it. I ask if Rabbit's explaining that part. I didn't want to drop that because it didn't make sense to me on the missing, why they filed the missing persons, but it was because her address, something to do with that. There were still questions that I had around it, but that's why I didn't cover this extremely heavy. The refund, again, that we talked about, well, just wait, it's coming up. So you can see that conversation between her and I, we were redacting it and totally different. So there you go for that. So we even talk about somebody, they were bitching about somebody watermarked it. I have no idea where that came from. I guess people were attempting to dox Danielle on my post. I didn't see it. I was blocked by whatever was going on. This is the refund that we had been talking about. And this is the one that kicked off a lot of the confusion and the chaos. And we highlighted this one. This is from Judy, though. This was Judy's. The Danielle piece was an after piece that did involve, I think there was a note attached to it about Katie or something, but Judy's was straightforward and nothing like that. And they continued to try to make them all one. And it, just to be clear, Danielle was not the only one that filed police reports. In fact, there's still open reports currently, but they're not public and there's no need for them to be. And there's the receipts on that again.
She donates on July 8th. The police report says she donated on July 7th, but whatever, time zones maybe. And it says that she had asked for her refund July 14th. All right, I'll go with that. Well, that'd been great, but I get the police reports and I remember these dates. Well, here's the ding ding moment. They're all blasting the police report. They're all blasting that shit on these channels. And I'm like, I wonder why they're not, because I had it.
The reason why we were blasting the police report is because Molly kept claiming that nobody had filed a police report, that Letitia had went down there and said that nobody had filed on her and so on and so forth. All we were proving was that the police report was valid, that there was an actual valid police report that was filed, and that's the one that they were talking about. That's it. That's all. It's pretty simple.
By the time that they all blasted the police report, I already had it. And what they...
You actually got it from your buddy over there that FOIA'd the report, or whoever the two of you did, because that was something she was stuck on.
None of them. Unirock, the rabbit chick, all of them. None of them decided to do was show. Unirock was like, well, we're also sending in all the harassment to my kids and the harassment to this person, on Dawson, da, 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 da. Well, the evidence, there was nothing, none of that. The only thing in that police report as evidence, the girl didn't even put her own donation receipts from Cash App in the evidence. The only thing you see is a literal picture of Molly's channel, a picture of her channel. And then you see Letitia's first post about donating to, I believe it was a July 4th post about donating. And the last one was where Molly's holding up her phone with Danielle right there, doxing her pretty much. And I'm like, well, I wonder why they didn't show this part.
Doxing her pretty much.
You know what I mean? And they're like, oh, Letitia's being investigated, da, 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 da. And well, then here's the big bomb drop. The girl decides to go onto Rabbit's channel and talk about her donation.
Yeah, hold your beer and watch the shit. I'm sure Rabbit's video is still up because Rabbit had Danielle on her page and asked her questions.
And I'm sitting there with a police report and I'm listening to the girl because I want to see if it matches. And it doesn't. The girl says in Rabbit's live the real dates that she donated. She admits right there, without even knowing it, that the police report she lied about and was trying to get, it bothers me because she was trying to get Letitia charged with fraud and put in jail for a big ass donation scam. That's why it bothers me. But what else bothers me is
again, I encourage you, if you want to see that part, go over to Down the Rabbit Hole News. Shout out to Rabbit, who did an incredible job and was just trying to figure it out. We were all trying to figure out what the hell was going on because there was craziness going on everywhere.
I believe Katie and Nonsense and them were right. I know it.
See, that's a pretty bold accusation that you've never been able to prove that Katie and I ever worked together or were one and the same. But you were stuck on stupid and you still have been.
But they were right behind that, helping and setting. That's why I say you can hate Molly all you want, but setting Molly and this family up off of shit y'all made up and caused is bullshit. And so that day when that girl did that was the same day she also had to have a police report to take to her bank to get the $500 back. And she did. So she turned.
How do you know that? How do you know that she got her money back? If it's a fraudulent police report, how would she have gotten her money back?
And then a fraudulent police report to her bank and to get her money back. But here's the kicker, guys.
Oh, she must have had a premonition again.
So y'all know what I did? What I ended up doing was I was talking to Letitia and I said, can I get into your Cash App? And can I have Danielle's receipts? I get into her Cash App and I pull every bit of the history with Danielle.
there would have been one transaction. So that would have been pretty simple. But I also find it really ironic that Letitia, out of all the advocates, let this one have access to all of her Cash App and things. Okay. I mean.
And I was like, ooh, got it. I was able to see she donated on the 25th, 24th her time zone, but the 25th. And on the right couple hours later, she asked for a refund immediately.
People were doing that too. That was another thing that Michelle did. Michelle donated. That was why we never focused on any of that. That's why we really didn't focus on most of the donations. We were really focused on all the other stuff, the donation with the one and the refunds and how that went. Zero, that was claimed that Goose had seen all the proof, but I don't know if Goose ever accessed her accounts like that or what Goose was actually shown. Goose claimed that in August that she had seen all the proof and she was going to provide all the receipts and all the proof. And then September again, she said the same things again, but nothing ever came of it. So and Goose is pretty much a liar in my opinion. So Goose has been involved in a lot of shady shit.
I mean, dead on immediately. But it already processed. Cash App declined to give it back because it already went through.
She got screenshots, y'all. Nana's not drunk. I know that Molly was sent screenshots of certain transactions, but I do not believe that any of them got the full thing. I actually walked Letitia through how to get her statements on Cash App when me and her talked, but I don't know. I genuinely, there's a lot of this stuff there's never been clear answers to because all of them have lied so extensively.
And so she panics, I guess, and starts asking Letitia for a refund. And Letitia just doesn't answer the refund request. She didn't block her. She didn't decline her. She ignored it.
Oh,
and if you ignore a request for a refund in a 14-day period, they expire. So if you don't answer back to that request, if someone requests $200 from you and you don't answer it, they expire after 14 days. So she had requested 3 times, 1 denied by Cash App, 2 expired. That's what happened. And here's the next red flag. Why would you lie and say you donated on the 8th versus the 25th unless you're trying to cover KJ? Just say.
That makes no sense at all. Like the 8th, I don't even get, I think she's got 2 of them together and that's how I can't even understand her logic here because it doesn't fit what actually transpired.
Then Katie makes those 2 posts for her, which I'm going to show all this in the next video, but I just want to give you all a little hint basis of what's going on. And I also know the Dono girls are going to be watching this. And thank y'all for blocking me from your group last night. That's great. I already got everything I need out of there though, so it's all good. I was in there months ago. So I dropped my first video here. I know all of this when I dropped my first video, but I'm not ready to go into it yet. So
okay, let's look and see what's next. Oh, wait, here we go. Here's some of my first interaction with Veda. November 13th, 2022. A new advocate is on it. This is from a group that's been nothing but misinformation, but I'll say it again. Bring it on. Facts are facts. I'll sit and gladly show the judge all of this any day. I actually look forward to that day, to this day. Also, Bish, get the facts straight of who called this out to start and has all along. Thanks. That was me. So this was actually my first interaction with her. The post that she claims that I was, doing all this stuff. Well, you can read through the post yourself and see how ridiculous and she had twisted and turned what was really going on here. But again, and here is the comment thread of what she called my mods attacking her. Now, the profile that she was on, I'm assuming either got deleted or blocked. I'm not sure because her comments are gone out of there now. I just took this morning. But you can see, only thing I ask is you take her channel off so she don't get the attention and followers she's looking for because she wants to be the next big YouTuber. So there's that. There's that post that she's talking about. And then November 14th, I realized she's a Molly simp. So I posted about her. Here's her messages again. This is all my interaction with her. Then we go into March when she had quit covering me. She talked about this say his name group. And she says, everyone Everyone, I need your help. Marvan's mother has literally endured 8 months of harassment from a couple of creators over whether or not she retained a lawyer back in July or not in order to get visitation to see Marvan, her son. So because she was not willing to show random people, and she just goes on and on. You can read it all yourself if you would like to. I've read all of them millions of times. So no, thank you. And then this is the chat that went along with that group that I was sent. This is more of their family chat that Vada had been a part of with some of the messages. Again, this was way after the fact, way after. So it seemed very ridiculous that they were trying to stir this all up again out of nowhere. Here's Vada in this little group with her little people stirring up shit that had pretty much been laid to rest. And it continues to go. I know it's boring, y'all, but she wanted me to provide the receipts. So here we go. Something she obviously can't do. This is when Erica and Vada started arguing over who doxed me or if somebody offered money for my information, which that was already known way back when. So I don't know. They started arguing in March about who doxed me and if somebody got paid for doxing me. I don't quite understand it. There's the rest of it. This is the video that they were talking about, and you see in the comments, thank you, JB. She was talking to Judy. They are doing anything they can, nonsense and Union Rock, to dox me and ruin my life for exposing them. Not quite, but okay. Let's look.
I dropped my first video, and at the end of each video, I'll give you a hint of what the next video is going to be about. And in that video, I said, we're going to be talking about the donation scam dealing with Letitia. Well, guess what happens the very next day? Next day, I've never spoken to nonsense before. I was not a part of her group. I run my own Von McCrae group on Facebook. If y'all want to join us, I'll say his name. I'm an admin for another girl. It's her group, one of my girls' group, but I admin for her. And someone came to me and they were like, nonsense has shared your post.
You just saw all of it. That's all of the posts.
I had made a post about Letitia and being framed.
You can rewind if you didn't.
Nonsense shared it to her page, her Facebook page. And she's like, bitch, you need to, she immediately started accusing me of being a Molly supporter. It has nothing to do with Molly. I didn't even really know Molly. It's just me noticing as a YouTube,
the first photos all over her channel were Molly and Justin photos, but okay.
What was going on and looked into it. That's all it was. It had nothing to do with Molly at all.
Just wait, Molly comes in.
So after I figure out these donation dates, I'm really zoning in and keying in and like really watching what's happening. And I'm like, I'm going to watch these bitches to see what they do. So not only whenever they decided to, I want to say this part real quick. Here's what else they did. They went over the police report, but not only did they go over the police report, but on the Rabbit channel, she's in action talking about how she doesn't dox while showing Letitia's address. And they wondered why Letitia disappeared. She had to move. She had to move due to that.
So wait, where's the?
She started getting harassment like she was already getting, and I can absolutely prove she was doxed. So, and I said, Aaron, could you email the Rabbit chick?
Yeah, where's the proof? And you made a pretty big claim there that Letitia was doxed and had to move from that address because she was doxed. I'm gonna need to see proof of that because I don't think that actually happened that way. And she was doxed way earlier on, like months before you came in. Again, this kicked off in June. She was doxed in the group.
And tell her to take it down. She wouldn't. So I was like, these cruel motherfuckers did this intentionally.
Again, she claims that this was an intentional setup. You know, their conspiracy of Katie and I have been together for months.
And then the mother gets doxed on Facebook, right? And that was absolutely set up. They said too, they lied to their audience, both of them. Rabbit was doing a live about it, and two of them, we'll get into this next week. I can't tell you everything good, but I know Docents and all of them are watching this. That's great.
Sorry to disappoint you again.
That's great. Y'all shouldn't be framing people. You shouldn't be setting up people because it's all about to come out. And y'all can come for me all you want to.
Yeah, that didn't happen either. So
makes my dick hard. It doesn't bother me.
And I'm the vile one.
But I really felt for Molly because I can't believe the extent that these people would go to frame somebody and
It wasn't about Molly 5 minutes ago, but now you really felt bad for Molly?
frame a mother whose son is in a coma. And I'm so sick of hearing this adoption shit. Who shames somebody for giving their child up for adoption? When they're over here making these slack hand comments like, she didn't even raise him. Bitch, how do you know? Do you talk to the mom? No, you don't. And here's the truth about that.
You can listen to Marvon's own words again. If you haven't heard what he had to say about all of that, please go listen to his own statements. I don't need to even get into that. That's not my place to talk about.
She's like, why don't you ever mention the adoptive parents? The adoptive mother is Letitia's grandmother, who lives in a nursing home 10 minutes down the road from Letitia. Letitia goes there every week.
And unfortunately, shortly, for those of you that do not know this, and I will say this, she did pass away shortly after it was confirmed that Marvon did pass away too. So hopefully they're together. I believe that they are happy and
They raised Vaughn together. Vaughn lived with her 7 through middle school. They lived as next door fucking neighbors. They both raised him.
So she's basically trying to claim that the statements from the people that were actually involved in that are not factual because she's rewriting Letitia's own statements previously on this too. I didn't include them because that's not the point of this, and I don't even feel like going back down that road.
Let's get that straight with this bullshit about her not being a good mom, not ever being in his life. Bitch, you don't know shit. And the next thing was the car thing. That car that Dre claims had.
Now, this is something that Dre herself has talked about, and I encourage you to go listen to her. Again, I'm not going to provide details on that because she has already done that. So that is somehow deciding to rewrite this story too.
Cost them their wedding rings and they couldn't get wedding rings for their wedding and blah 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 because they were making this car payment. Let's get out the truth about that. That car was not no agreement of Letitia having to pay nothing. That car was a birthday gift from Marvon before Andrea ever came along for his mother. That was already before he met her. He started.
She completely twisted the story too, and I'm sure Dre's coverage of this and what happened is still on her channel. I can't verify exactly where it's at, but she, I know, had talked about this previously and explained this situation with the vehicle and the wedding rings. But this is not, I don't even understand why Vada did this. Like, again, she stopped covering me in November or in February. She claimed, however, this is February 3rd. But the things that she's rewriting are not even things that I was a part of or are my stories or that we rewrote or had anything to do with us. These are the people that were actually involved in this situation, like Marvon and Dre.
He gave her the car for her birthday. She didn't know whether it was finance, pay, cash, for or what. All she knew was she got a car for her birthday. He financed that car, was making payments on it. One day he goes,
So you mean to tell me that Marvon was so irresponsible that he bought her a car, she didn't know the car had payments on it, and he just gave it to her as a birthday gift and said, you know, sink or swim, basically figure it out. And she, oh God.
Called her and said, hey, you're gonna have to start making payments on this car. She's like, what payments? I can't make no payments on a car. I don't know what you're talking about. And because she, Dre pitched a fit, pretty much didn't want Marvon to pay. It was taken from them for him to have to pay his mother's car payment, pretty much. And so she just gave the car back. That's all that happened. She didn't scan him out of no fucking car. You know, these people sit and assume stuff. So, you know,
yeah, she's so confused.
This is what kills me about No Sense is she just assumes shit and runs.
That's not what's been happening.
She knows nothing about nothing. Knows nothing about nothing.
So remember, she wasn't covering me anymore. But if you look at this, she was really triggered by me, really upset, really bothered and disturbed by me all along for months. This has nothing to do with this story, Vada, and you know that as well as I do. And until you get honest with yourself about why it is that I trigger you so bad and everybody else, you're going to sit and spin this and spin this and spin this. I do not fault you for making the decisions that you've made similar to those of Letitia's at all. I don't respect you as a human being, but I respect the choice that you made for somebody else's life. I 100% will give you respect on that. But beyond that, the reason I trigger you is a personal issue with you. It has nothing to do with the story. It has nothing to do with anything that I've even said, done, anything. This is a you issue. And I'm sorry that it seems to be focused on me, but you genuinely need to figure it out, because it is very unhealthy for you and it's very unsettling for me.
Nothing behind the scenes whatsoever. She's just spewing up this person's life story the way she wants it to make her look like the worst evil piece of shit mom you've ever seen. And that got to me.
And I also don't respect anybody that will ever fucking lie like you did too about that situation. That's the other thing I have to say on that.
So I just want to say that much. And, you know, Nonsense, I know you're watching this, so that's why I'm going to tell you some of the things I do know.
I disappointed her because I didn't watch this until last night. In fact, the stream after this, I just found out today, I was shocked as shit by fucking Steve goes on panel with her and runs his mouth about me. I didn't even know who that motherfucker was or what he was involved in. But then I remembered that he was involved. Penelope was a part of the antis. Erica was a part of the antis. Steve at one point in time was even involved with, God, what the hell is her channel? She's been in the drama with Flava and Bomb and all those guys. Not Charlotte. I thought she was 90 Day Fiance, but Steve was supporting her and involved in that shit over there too for a while. Like, he gets around and it's really weird.
Why? I mean, are you racist? What is it? Why did you do this to this mom for? You know, you sit there and say you love Marvon and stuff. You think he's suicidal now? If he ever came out of this and realized what y'all did to his family and put them on blast on Facebook like you did, and you doxed Ray.
Yeah, that also was already done way before I was involved.
I mean, you doxed Ray, you doxed Letitia, you doxed the father, you doxed Brittany the admin like 3 times. I mean, you're
Brittany the admin, which one? And why does everybody around this story, no harm to our Brit because we love her, but why the fuck is there so many Britneys involved with this? How many Britneys? There was Brittany, the ex-admin of Dre's, that was the first advocate. And then there was the Brittany, the admin of the fucking group. Then there's this Brittany. Like, come on, why?
over here whining about a dachshund when you sat there and provoked the Penelope chick for fucking 6 months. You were like, oh.
I've never watched a single one of her videos.
I got all of her information, and I could say it all right now, but I'm not going to. But, you know, if the right person comes into my inbox, I might relay that information over to them. You were provoking. You were asking for it.
Listen to this. Listen to this shit. This is what I'm talking about right here. And think of the situation that she's doubling and tripling down on right now. And this is why I said, get in front of it.
And now that you got it, oh, it's poor me. And you're like, oh, Molly profited off the CPS.
Molly did. She absolutely did. And I made a huge mistake and I owned it. I should have never even mentioned that it was done. The rest of it, I haven't. And here's some of the proof of the Penelope stuff, because she said I asked for it. So I just figured we'd walk down memory lane right quick of all the bullshit that I went through with Penelope. And here is another connection of Penelope to the antis. So there you go with that, because Penelope thought I was fucking Katie too. But you don't have to take my word for it. They're supposed to do it all for themselves. And then you'll see here, Penelope had a stalker. That's why she was taking a break. All of these screenshots, you guys can pause and read. Most of you have seen them before. I just figured since she likes to rewrite history, I would just throw it all out here. So there is how I figured out who she was, because she initially said that her name was Lori. She went by Lori Lane. Here you go with the fake accounts and Molly in there under Penelope's post. If you go to Nonsense on the Web, CMC Truths page, and search Judy Beal, you'll find wild shit she's stirring up. They just continue on their BS. Then they go on more and more. You'll see that they think that she's a fake for Judy. Here's some more of it. All the back and forth Penelope posts. Free seats are a bitch, aren't they, Vada? I mean, especially when you can't figure out what's going on. So Penelope definitely didn't get ran off the internet by me. Penelope got ran off the internet by her own fucking behavior. Penelope was sitting there. This is when they were on Jen's panel, and Erica took the panel and said I called CPS on her 211 times. And Penelope's in the comment section egging her on, like, yeah, go. And then turns out they all had a falling out with Erica and realized the hard way that we were being truthful about Erica and all of her bullshit. You know, it's just these things that they don't want to remember. Here's some more of the threats about my children from Penelope and the things that I should have been concerned about. Then you've got Molly talking about Penelope and giving Penelope credit for doxing me. Oh, God. I was looking at this stuff to put this in this video, and I was just, a part of me had to laugh because I'm like, I can't believe how much crap we've dealt with. This was Penelope's warning to me. Oh, I must have included that one twice. She's got a stalker story too. That's why she claims she exited the internet. Here's more of the bullshit. Oh, this is where they were trying to say that Nunya and I were responsible for Penelope's docs, and Amethyst is over here raising her hand saying, no, I gave out enough hints for them to find you. Am came out and said that too. We didn't dox her, but we sure as hell gave enough hints to where to find her. And no regrets. No fucking regrets here. This was the only mod I really had a problem with. I ended up taking Monroe's wrench in the beginning of this because I just saw something on the horizon, took a wrench, and she ran crazy and went over there and talked shit about me too. That's where that comes in. Oh, here's Penelope going more. Erica and telling her stories. Christy Payne came up. Amber was paying $50 to ask her if she could restream the lies that were being told on me. They really tried. They've all tried. They all tried. Here's Penelope and proof that Penelope was in part of the Slay Mafia group when the first death hoax in November had happened, and Molly claimed that a Patreon sent her that. This is when they were going real life on Michelle. She was talking about hiring Michelle's ex-husband's attorney, yada, 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 as you guys know how the story goes. All of the bullshit, Flava and Penelope, there's just more of that. I mean, it's just ongoing. I could have dropped probably 300 more receipts in this too, but I finally was like, okay, that's enough. But I told you guys this is receipts heavy. They were all fighting amongst themselves. However, according to Vada, I was the one that ran Flava and all those guys. It's just not true. Oh, these were vile. These are Penelope's vile comments about Michelle. And this is where everybody started getting concerned because Penelope was claiming that she's a mental health professional and all of those things. Thankfully, she's not, which was glad. And I even said it out front, 100%. If she continued on, I would absolutely be going for the franchise she worked with. And I still would. If she came back around and started fuck with me again, your gloves are off with that one. You don't threaten my kids multiple times. Then she went after somebody else in the comment section, was making up egregious bullshit there. And Kathy Rebuilds is amazing. Here's the email that Penelope sent me detailing the threats to my nieces. For those of you guys that missed that, I mean, I wonder why I've said what I've said about Penelope. Shocker. Shocker. I don't think anybody would be shocked besides Vada. There's that. Show. And it just continues on and on and on. So you guys can go read all of this if you choose. It's really not that exciting, but Vada seems to not be able to like piece this out. So I decided to do it for her. And Vada will also mention coming up that I made comments about Wally. Well, I wonder why I would. I wonder why. When Molly is posting in her Patreon for her subs to send her my private info after they had already doxed me so she could give it to her husband. Not scared of Wally either. And here's some more Penelope bullshit and posts that I made. Penelope, here's more of that. Here's more of this. Oh, and you know, they thought they had a one-up on me because I had filed bankruptcy. Yes, I'm such a horrible bitch. I filed bankruptcy once.
Oh, bitch, the night the CPS thing happened, you monetized your channel. And the next day you were whining about the fake CPS shit and getting cash up. So who is profiting off a CPS call?
First of all, I wasn't getting cash apps because you would have never even seen that either. Secondly, my monetization actually went on right at the moment, and I realized my members were on at the very moment that I was doing the video of the CPS call. And I was mortified by it because I had applied for it previously, did not know that it had gotten approved and was on. And it happened to be in that video. You can watch that video yourself and see exactly my reaction. And I said, oh, that doesn't fucking look good. but I had applied for it previously. And yes, I was unmonetized and had no intent of monetizing my channel. I was unmonetized from June, at the end of June, all the way until February. So actually January. I think it was the end of January that I applied for monetization. I can't remember exactly. January, February in there.
Just saying.
But you guys were there. So there's
you can't sit there and, when karma comes back and bites you in the ass, you can't say, oh, for me, this is what kills me. Is a lot of people can't see these fake things about people, but I can literally tell a fake bitch that, that quick. And I saw it in her immediate.
Yep, I'm exactly so fake, so phony. Just, yeah.
I was like, this bitch has got to be tripping. So anyway, she attacked me in the day. I want to get back to the day I dropped my video. The day I dropped my video, on November 21st, Nonsense tagged me in those posts. Well, I'm going to go defend my group because she just put in that post that my group spreads nothing but misinformation.
They do.
Okay.
They did.
And the way I became an admin for the Say His Name group is I just went in there and dropped a post. I became a member of the group, dropped a post. An admin DM'd me, asked me if I would make posts for them if I'd be an admin. I said yes. But these are still my girls and I'm going to defend them. So I go over there and I'm looking for a way to.
I love how everybody comes in here. Don't you be giving Nonsense credit for docs as I did. Oh my God, you guys are ridiculous. But that's what I'm saying. Like, she had it coming from multiple people. And they also thought that I had given Lori's information, AKA Penelope. And I will absolutely call her Lori because that's what she used on Facebook. She used Lori Lane. And that stupid llama coffee, that coffee post is how I found her. That's how I was able to link her information. That post right there was how I found Lori. And I never gave it to anybody besides the people around me that I wanted to make sure in case something happened that they had it. I stand firmly right on everything I did. And I told you out front exactly what I was doing and I stood by it.
Insert myself. So there's a girl in the comments that says, Nonsense, it's good that you share her person, put your 2 cents in, but her channel and her link is in the post. You might want to take that out because you're actually promoting her channel. So right under that comment, I put, yeah, dumbass. And immediately, like 20 minutes later, boom, 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 here comes her mods, the Amethyst chick and the, what is that? Nunya something.
Nunya.
Anyways, they start coming for me right away.
They weren't coming for you. You guys just saw the screenshots. I just threw it in there again. They weren't coming for her at all. Not even remote. And again, they weren't mods of mine or admins or anything like that on Facebook. I still don't have admins on Facebook. And I genuinely don't remember when they became mods on YouTube because I struggled with that for a long time of not even knowing what the hell I was doing. Oh.
Well, I already had some clips ready that I was doing a video. I start dropping bombs in that fucking chat. I was like, come for it.
She did. She went, okay, so she went from thinking, she thought, so she came in hot and heavy against Katie and then assumed that I was Katie and then mixed me in at the same time of the Michelle stuff. So that's how she maneuvered. So it was kind of a Katie Becky because she assumed I was Katie and then Michelle at the same time. It was a cluster of all clusters.
Baby. They didn't think I knew anything. And I just started dropping. And
it wasn't any of us, though, that officially doxed her. We don't get that credit.
Could tell
I told you guys flat out. I put her name and shit in posts that she would know, but nobody else would have picked up on it unless they knew. Nobody else would have had a clue. And I 100%. Oh, yeah, you don't fuck with me like this. No. And I told you guys I was doing shit like that.
I was like, fuck, she's got me.
That's not what happened either.
So after that,
I've never said one day in my life that you've got me on anything and never will because the only thing you do is spin lies.
The strangest thing starts happening. So at that time, y'all, after the Danielle thing, Danielle created a group on the Facebook called Uncovering Frauds in the Von McCrae Case.
So she's claiming it's Danielle's group, which it was Flava's group.
And then it was changed to something exposing BGC, whatever.
And here you can see, I said, this is me to Flava. I said, I tried joining the group again because I keep getting booted out of the group. I wasn't even a part of the group, never an admin for the group, nothing. But
and I became a member of that group and I just wanted to watch to see what was posted because I already caught Danielle. I already got her. And I know Flava defends her. That's her girl. That's cool. I get that. I get that whole protection thing. But and I know that's wrong, which y'all did. So I'm just watching this stuff go on and they're just bashing this mom, just going on and on. She's a fucking scammer. I donated to get my money back. Well, what's crazy is the Judy Bill chick donated, right? She asked for her money back 2 days later, for lack of transparency.
Yeah.
So what I really think happened behind this whole donation shit.
Listen to this. Listen to this.
And is they were purposely getting people to donate to purposely ask for it back to label Letitia as scammer. That's what I think happened.
So we were encouraging people that we didn't even have communication with at the time to donate to her, even though what were we sending, like mind signals out to these people, like mind control. We had mind control over them. Katie must have been using her crystal ball and, oh, y'all, it's the Taylor Swift. I'm doing the Swiftie again on y'all. Jesus. This one, are you a QAnon conspiracy theorist and a Pizzagate conspiracy theorist, Vada? We definitely need the tinfoil hats around you.
To donate and then ask for it back a couple hours or even a couple days later, that's shady. So then, right after that happens, the nonsense group, the Uncovering Fraud of the Von McCrae case, right after
And all of you that have been included in this, you can thank Vada, because I've let her lie on me and all of your involvement and let her spin your guys' lies for so long. So you're welcome.
video 2 days later, they changed the name of it. I don't know if it was 2 days later, maybe a couple of days later, a few days later, I don't remember. They changed the name of it to just Exposing Scammers. And I was like, well, Uni has a fucking fit about that. And it played right into my hand. I was like, bingo, bait and switch. I baited at the end of that video on purpose. I wanted to send a sign that I knew.
What the hell video is she talking about where she baited anybody?
On that video thumbnail, I put a thumbnail there to give a hint of what my next video was going to be about. And I said, let's play charades on the thumbnail. It says, let's play charades, framing a Marine's mother is what it says. Bingo. They took the bait and they did. They changed the name of the group. Nonsense has been since trying to distance herself from that group.
No. Nonsense wasn't a part of the group.
I didn't have nothing to do with the dono girls. Those girls are separate for me. They were worried about other donations versus the donations I was worried about.
That's the truth.
Bitch, you were right there with them, sitting there bitching about the same people they were bitching about. You were
because we bitch about the same people, that means we're all one. Okay.
Helping them. You were the advocate for them. You still are till now.
Yeah, we absolutely talked and shared information, 100%, because we were all trying to unravel different pieces of it, because there were side pieces going every different direction, 100%. Nothing wrong there.
Now, until you got busted. So no, I don't think so. Every post in that group is all you. And
all the posts in that group are all.
I believe Nunya was, or yeah, that is right. Okay, Nunya. I think she was admin in that group. She has a featured post. And this whole group is exposing Molly. But
Nunya wasn't even an admin in the group for over 24 hours, I don't think. I'm a little rusty on my details about that, but I genuinely think, if I remember correctly, she had agreed to be an admin because she just likes to help people, but then realized not for her, and had them removed within, I don't even know if it was 24 hours, to be truthful. And I think we've talked about that before, but she was not a part of that bullshit either. Yes, they shared our stuff. I was the one putting videos out detailing all of what was going on. But that's a whole uni.
But we're going to make up a bunch of shit to expose her with. We can't get her with nothing real because we're fake bitches. But yeah, let's do it. Oh my God. So then after
she's got herself so riled up. And remember, this is when she wasn't talking about me.
That I was like, all right, so they changed the name of the group, and then they start going after Flava. I felt for Flava. I emailed her. I wanted to, back her on this.
Nobody was going after Flava. In fact, anything that ever went sideways between Flava and I was done publicly on my page. Flava, Nunya, and I had a conversation in the open where I showed Flava what I was upset about. We talked about it and moved along. There is nothing there. In fact, you tried to use that little in and started emailing every person that she thinks I've had this like big fallout with, or these big fights. She's been in Amber's inbox, Erica's inbox, Flava's inbox. Every single person Vada pops up and emails when they expose shit. She's always there talking about me. It's creepy.
So I DM'd her. I was like, I DM'd Amber to get to her. And then if I got.
Oh, I threw that back in there again just to show once again that Amber was one of the first creators on Facebook to ever reach out to me.
Her email, and I emailed her, and I'm like, Flava, I know that Danielle's your girl, but I want you to know I know what happened. And she doesn't respond to that portion of the email. And I was like, she knows I know. That's what I wanted her to do. She knows that part. But I'm not focused on nobody but nonsense. That's what I.
Yeah, we know. We know. And she just admitted it and has been for over a year. And it's a little weird and makes no sense because there's nothing here. Like, her obsession is a little unhinged at this point in time. And if you, after seeing all this, if you can say it's not, you might need to check yourself too, because this is irrational and completely made up shit in her head.
I'm worried about her and Katie, because these two are the cause of every bit of this.
Yeah.
And they have been projecting.
There's the truth right there. February, when she wasn't talking about me, when she had stopped discussing me. Granted, I didn't know. I didn't even know this existed until last night. And I was like, what the fuck? Wait a second. This has got to be a joke right now.
Acting onto Molly since. Molly and Justin and Elle since. That's all they've been doing. And I'm in that group with my sock account. Well, I went in there with my real account and them dumbasses accepted me. So it's great.
Because they didn't care.
But I can't really say that because I didn't know who the hell I was. I mean, I'm just a couple months old. Really, I've been in the background the whole time. But I've been building my case on this for about 6 months. So then after that's done, nonsense is sweating me because she starts bringing me up in her live stream saying I want shots. Bitch, I don't want no fucking shut up your ugly ass.
I was sweating her. Look how triggered she gets. She cannot handle discussing me. I do not understand it.
I'm not trying to hate on nobody's looks. I know people are sensitive to that. This girl deserves it, dude. I mean, as much as she goes for somebody's looks, I've never seen somebody so insecure with themselves.
Sheila, take a break if you need to. It'll be up. Don't worry. Sorry, I know I've got a headache too. This is madness, but I didn't know this existed either. And the reason I found this is because I was trying to find the origin of what I did that really created this monster in her to like hate me as bad as she does and fixate on me as bad as she does, because it genuinely, I laugh about it, but it is problematic. And it not only is problematic for me, it's problematic for the people that care about me too. And all of the people, I have to say, I am surrounded by so many amazing people over here. The Islanders have been incredible through this situation. And for a long time, they only let me know what I needed to know about this situation. So I was left in the dark about 99% of what was going on over there. And I'm glad I was. But when I went back to like find the origin of this chaos that she's created in her head, I stumbled upon this and I'm like, oh my God, she was fixated on me back then. Like, and this is right when she started doing videos. Her video after this is her interview with Molly. And then it goes into, I think it's the Molly one. And then the next one is when Steve goes on her panel. And I watched just a short portion of that today. And I was like, what the absolute fuck? And they just lie to lie. Like, Steve's in there throwing out allegations. This one claimed that I said Steve hit, just wild shit that makes no sense.
To the point where you got, hey, Molly's gorgeous. And she's over here making fun of her jaw, making fun of the way her mouth moves, making fun of, accusing her of being on drugs and all that. And, you know, she's obsessed with Molly. And, you know, sometimes I might slip and say stuff about her looks just because of how many digs that she's taken at other people's looks. You know, when she got doxxed, she was accusing Aaron of being the one that was looking all into her, trying to dox her and all that. She never got an apology.
Okay. She brings up Aaron again, and I just want to mention here, like, I cracked jokes on Aaron a couple times, and I definitely stayed the fuck away from her because she was involved, and I could link her to Erica and Penelope and Steve and those guys. So I never gave Aaron much attention, but I'm going to show you guys some stuff right quick that probably triggered.
It wasn't her that doxed you.
So this is the most engagement I've ever had with EKC. I've been on panel twice with EKC and never said a fucking sideways word to her. Meanwhile, she's got this weird, crazy thing for me too. Her channel has I didn't even realize the extent of how much she has covered me. It's again, to each your own, but just to lie, like, it's the weirdest shit. So I made this post November 9th, 2022, and was like, I'm not engaging in this. And I said I was being petty and untagged myself in the post. I showed you guys here. This is all on my Facebook page. This was the post that she made that I untagged myself from. I didn't know she was like this either. I had no idea. But then you see Molly on her panel. This was back then, sending her money and on panel with her. But meanwhile, Molly was not sharing that she was going on EKCs and talking shit. This is how we knew that Molly knew who I was early on because she was acknowledging it on EKC's, but wouldn't on anybody else's channel. And then I had to throw Kathy in here because Kathy has been on top of this since October of 2022. I would share Kathy's posts and her debunking of these guys, but I've never given attention to her except when she was on panel with Molly. It's weird too. I don't understand it, but she has some weird obsession thing going too.
But no. And here's what I also noticed about nonsense is when you try to confront her, she pussies out. She blocks you. She won't, like when Betty called the other night, too pussy to answer the phone or call back. When
actually I was sitting on the couch watching TV with Kyle and enjoying my evening, didn't even know that Betty had called. I use do not disturb on my phone 99% of the time, especially when I'm doing content or hanging out with my family. And that wasn't the case either. Betty called me. Okay.
And Aaron tried to confront her, too big of a pussy to even bring.
Aaron's never tried to confront me, and I don't engage with people who have we don't even do similar content or have anything in the same avenue for a conversation to even happen. There is no need to engage with them. So I'm not running from confrontation. I just don't entertain ignorance. And I've stood firm on that all along. I'm not going back because I'm not Katie. I'm not associated with Katie. And that's all they wanted to do. So that was never going to happen. And I conveniently stand right there still today.
Bring her up on the channel.
And again, this is the only engagement I've had with Vada. Here's the Steve engagement.
And Penelope and the, what's her name? Roseanne sent her the evidence, the facts into her inbox, boom, blocked them. So she's all talk, no walk. Yeah. I mean, hear it. And what kills me is she acts like usually guys notice this. Anybody that has to sit there and say, I'm all about the facts, I'm all about no misinformation, they're probably the ones spreading lies.
I haven't had to say that people have seen that with their own two eyes, but go ahead.
Most likely. And anybody that supports Uni Rock and Katie, those two frauds, I'm going to side eye any fucking way. Just saying. I was immediately blocked in my real account. Really? Did you go by Autistic Shill? I just hate how she talks.
I did block Autistic Shill because she was one of the ones, her and that Misty chick, Misty's the one that likes to go around. Misty has had a heart on me for over a year. She's the one that called me the Hulk, but Autistic Shill, I can't remember exactly what it was, but she was a part of that group that was hell bent that I was Katie and there was nothing. And I was just sick of it. People only have so much tolerance for bullshit. And when you know that they're just throwing shit out, nobody should have to take what I've taken from this fucking weirdo crew for a year.
I was following somebody that talks to the audience the way she does. Dude,
listen to this. Listen to this. Y'all are my audience.
I would be gone. I have seen her assault her damn audience. The way she is commentating on YouTubers, that's not commentary. That's straight up verbal abuse.
So I verbally abuse content creators and I'm assaulting you guys. Okay.
I mean, telling LB you're going to rip her ponytail out of her head or just bashing people. And that's not fucking commentary. That's straight up. You are a jealous, bitter motherfucker is what you are. You know what I mean?
No, we don't know what you mean, actually, because
really, really bothers me.
The delusions on this is beyond belief.
When she does that, and then to bring in people saying whining about CPS when you're over here telling Justin he needs to take care of his kids and all that. I mean, how long have you been, sucking Katie's dick for?
See, again, she can't get over it.
That's what I'm wondering. Jesus, I mean, Katie's got her and Uni pussy whipped.
Katie has nothing to do with this.
And, Katie's a fucking ice crotch. It can't be that damn good.
You will be sadly disappointed one of these days when you guys push it a little bit further and realize and you get slapped in the face. Katie and I have no reason to lie about that. If I was doing something on behalf of Katie, I would proudly say it. Katie's been through hell and back with all these people too, but she does some terrible shit in my opinion also. I've never fronted on that.
Okay, and I've never hit that. Just saying. Like I'm with a guy. I'm bi, but just saying. But it's killed me to watch all this go on. But the main number one reason that I even got into this case has nothing to even do with Marvin Frank.
listen up. This is where she gives it away. This is a personal vendetta for her. And I trigger something deeper inside of her because of what I do in my personal life and where she's at in her personal life. And that's all I'm going to say on that. But this is much deeper than the internet for her. And I didn't even realize that until family members that had reached out to me. And again, I will reiterate, I did not respond to the family members that reached out. I do not want to know, and I will not go real life like that. But I absolutely, there is more to this than, it's really sad, to be honest. And that's why I do tend to pity her in a lot of ways. But it's unhinged at this point in time. And after this, if she continues on, which I expect her to fully continue because she has no stop in her. And that is something that I was told flat out that she will do anything until she is forced to stop. Like this is who she is. And her friends encouraging her to lie and continue to lie on this. I'm about to make you guys look like complete and utter fools. Megan, I'm talking to you.
It wasn't Molly. It wasn't, it was Marvon's situation, a familiar situation. I've been through it.
Absolutely. Rita, she is.
It was just so similar to my own life. And when I was seeing this mother be attacked like she was, it got to me. And I'm my own worst enemy when it comes to that shit. I will feel sorry for somebody and defend their ass and don't even know them. I am the type that would run in front of a car for a bum on the side of the road, and it would be me over them. I'm just that way. No, on Facebook, my name is.
Yeah, I don't believe that, but.
Okay. I've already got myself in 2 weeks ago stalking anti-vaxxers dogs, my autistic daughter's baptism. What? See, that's another thing. I have never seen so much doxing shit, so much vile, evil. Take that shit back to Facebook. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Isn't this interesting too? Take that shit back to Facebook, but I thought you came in afterwards. Oh, wait, no, you claimed that you were around way before us. And then in this, you claimed that you were a part of some groups that were a part of some the whole fucking thing. She can't make up a story and stick to it. She does. Do you even know where you came from at this point?
We were normal before y'all brought all this fucking weird ass calling people's jobs and calling people's CPS on people. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
Like, if you can't handle.
Right here. Again. You guys saw that. If you didn't, let me rewind just a second. So this was, she claims that she don't do any of this real life shit, right? That they don't, oh, never mind. There's more coming up that will explain it. But she sent, to get a reaction, granted, she didn't tell anybody. I don't know if she ever told Nunya. I didn't even ask Nunya. I thanked Nunya for it and moved along. Because the shit going on in my real life was happening and I didn't make it into content, and I still won't, because I realized it was a lose-lose situation. And the more I would talk about it, the more excited they would get. However, the only time that these things amp up is when this one and a few others get going, and then all hell breaks loose, and it makes no sense.
Wow.
Here's some.
I would never do that. I mean, I don't like nonsense, but there is not a day in hell I'd ever call. I would never ever call CPS on her. I would never ever go for her. I would never mess with her real life, no matter what.
I don't believe a word you say.
I would not do it. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. I think that is just horrible. It's dangerous. Number one, you can get somebody killed.
And here is the emails that I just got this last weekend. Again, I do not think that this is the actual Nikki behind this. I didn't know Nikki was a creator, but I guess she is. And I still don't believe that these are from her. This has been happening since May.
My life is too fucking busy. You want to go low? I'll go.
Oh, just another reminder of how she doesn't go and dox or do anything like that.
Low with you, baby. Your mouth is the only danger to your family. The only threat to your family is your mouth. So let's get that straight. If you ever hear me on anything, make sure it's that statement right there, because that is an absolute fact.
Again, please go pay attention. And I'll do a playlist of my videos, but I'm also going to do a playlist of the videos that have debunked VADA. Tiger Talks, Forgotten Whispers, Burnt Toast, Kathy P. Shit. I don't even know who else has covered her, but if you have somebody that you want me to include in that list, there's probably people that Chess just did. Oh my gosh. I actually really enjoyed her content. I really like her. She's very intellectual, and I do not understand how she was ever, I don't get how that connects at all, because I see her. Anyways, that's a whole other story. But there's a lot of people. So shout out Tiger Talks on this one, because a lot of people have been covering her because I refused to do it. And people were sick and tired of the bullshit that she just kept doing to everybody. It wasn't just me. I got the brunt of it. And that's why it's always interesting too, because this one has had a hard on for me. During all of the emails, none of the other creators' kids were getting threatened. Mine were the only ones. Queen Bee was getting emails. Heels in the Air was getting emails. Kathy was getting emails. I don't even know who else was, but I was the one with everybody going after the kids. And it's just been really unsettling.
Best bet, if I'm calling you out to be a fraud, I'm going to say your name. I'm going to make sure everybody knows who you are. Y'all feel me on that? There ain't no sugarcoating it. Everybody's going to know what I got to say and who it's about. And I'll make sure to put your picture and your ancestors' picture on my thumbnail. I don't give a damn. That's just me, though.
By the way, I got you. I did a little piece of art for you last night. How's this fucking look? You want to talk about my looks? Look at this ratchet bitch right here. Fuck.
And no, this is not accurate. She, of course, was wrong once again. She was fed this information and ran with it.
I'll send it to you. What's your fucking email? And if you would like.
And this was simply because Burnt Toast outed her lies over her artwork. That was it. Super simple. She actually took panel and tried to lie straight to Burnt Toast's face too.
The picture of yourself.
And they didn't do any of that debunking on my behalf. In fact, I wasn't even privy to a lot of the information, nor did I know all of the details or the extent that it was going. I had so much other shit going on that I wasn't paying attention to that. So I was clued in by people around me that care about me of what was going on and absolutely paid attention. I started paying attention more and more because I was like, something isn't right here. But this is how she responds when she gets called out.
This is not doxing. It was a public picture and it was sent to me and I was told it was you. If you're going to come at me, come out from behind that avatar. I'm just helping you out a little bit.
Sorry, y'all. This is a long one, but it needed to be done and it needs to be, this will be it. And then it'll be what it's going to be.
By the way, guys, this is Burnt Toast, by the way. Let me go back to it real quick, which she's already been doxed. Her picture's already out, so this ain't doxing. You want to come at my looks with a chin like that and a unibrow like that. Bitch, miss me with that. No wonder you're hiding behind an avatar trying to go after somebody's looks. I wouldn't want to be on camera fucking either if I were you.
Just another troll. Did you hear that group that she mentioned that she was a part of before this? Were you in here when she mentioned that? That's a group. Anybody in the comments recognize the name of that group from those communities? I've never heard of any of those places. So if you guys know, please let me know what that was or who that is. Does the group even exist? It sounds like they were a part of the real extreme chaos that was going around at that point in time. But that makes me wonder, because the emails I got from the one that's across the pond supposedly claims that she has known her for 2 years. So I don't know. There's just a whole lot that doesn't make sense here, but the target on me is definitely not normal.
I don't care about competing with anybody's subs. No one cares about subs. She got me past 2K. Thank you. Celebrate, guys. Woo, we got it.
Charlotte has been a victim of continual harassment by this group. They have all, they've even got that down the rabbit hole at bedtime who initially seemed very intelligent to me. And now I cannot believe she's buying this shit. But they've got her believing that Charlotte works for Katie. Charlotte was an independent person, got caught up with those people, and then it was in too deep. When she tried to get out, they fucking targeted her, and the shit that they have done to her. This is my opinion on all of it. And I don't even know 99% of it. The only thing I can say, go watch Learning with Suge, Chesh, all of those people. They're kind of picking up other pieces of this. But there is a lot more that's gone on with her that I even was aware of it, that Charlotte didn't tell me. She didn't tell me shit about what had been done to her. I had to go figure out some of the pieces of it myself. But she has been targeted and harassed by this group of people. She actually has active TROs on EKC, Vada, and Steve, and they absolutely need to be in place because this group is unhinged. They did 12 videos of her targeting her, bringing up her stepchildren. They contacted her stepchildren. They brought them on panels. They have, it is the most disgusting, vile group I've ever seen. And it's just unnecessary. Again, this is Tiger Talks. Oh, not our Nikki. Yeah, our Nikki O'Shea. That's our Nikki. Nikki.
Well, if it's not her, then I didn't dox her then. She claims it's not her. Then if it's not her, it's not her. Maybe she'll.
What? Nikki O'Shea is our Nikki. This is something shit. I'll look and see. It's something. she does like, I don't want to say, oh God, I'll look, hold on.
Cut out from behind her avatar when she wants to talk shit about people and fucking confront somebody like a woman would instead of a pussy.
But the whole reason, back to what I was saying, is I even got into the Von McRae case is due to my own life story, which I don't want to get into right now. But I had a similar experience, and I was like, if I was
Yes, Supernatural Crimes with Nikki. That's, from my understanding, she's a part of that little offset extremist group. I don't know anything about her, but I genuinely don't think, just based on what I've heard other people say about her that know her, that I trust and love dearly, that she would ever knowingly be a part of that as bullshit. I genuinely believe that she probably is not aware. Even I do know Megan is. I know Megan condones this stuff openly and has helped Vada double and triple down on a lot of these lies while Megan sits on a throne of lies. Megan's a problem in my opinion. But then again, I don't even give a fuck about her. The only thing I knew about her was she was a mod for this one. Other than that, yeah. But that we've got a whole other clip to come up.
her in that situation I was in then, how would I feel? And I felt for her. And I talked to her for a while. She showed me everything she needed to show me for me to be comfortable with defending her. And I'm just saying, y'all got it all wrong. Y'all got it wrong.
Yeah.
And I know y'all aren't going to feel no guilt or anything because y'all are purposely trying to get the woman put in jail for fraud.
Nikki seems sweet, but I also side-eye anybody that knowingly associates with this group. And in this February video, Nikki is talking shit about me. So it's weird that they all knew who I was, but I didn't even know up until the last couple of weeks who they were. It's just weird. And again, that happens quite a bit. I mean, nobody can keep track on that kind of stuff, but it just shows the level of delusion that they've been cooking for so long on this obsession that I am Katie or associated with Katie or working with Katie. And I do, in the third clip, I will provide proof of Katie's last message to me.
But, if you really care for Marvon, would you be attacking his family so that when he comes up out of the coma,
they're attacking,
and he goes online and he sees that y'all have doxed the mother and his father and made them look like criminals, y'all have used and weaponized their past transgressions against them to frame the scammer situation. Y'all read the backgrounds so that y'all could use, the fraud and the
that's the really confusing part too. And I have to say that outward. And that's why I don't want to offend people or like get it wrong. But the people that I've dealt with are like the Jesse, that message you guys saw in the first section of this from the extremes that were trying to like lump me into shit and try to, have me defend stuff that Katie was doing. Those people, and they're a really different offshoot from the caters or the antis that I've been around. Like Charlotte, Charlotte condoned some of Molly's lies and stuff, but I like some of Charlotte's mods. I really like some of Charlotte's mods. Some of the other ones I don't know. I don't know Charlotte even, but there's just so many different layers to that group. And this seems to be a very small subgroup of extremists. So I don't know. It's too much to even process all of the different layers of it.
Writing a bad check when she's 16 as money laundering now, as you calls it, to frame the scene as she's the type that would scam everybody. The father's a criminal. He's the type that's going to also scam people. But y'all defend Marvon and Andrea. And she keeps saying this. None of that money went towards Vaughn and his family. Bitch, Dre's rich. She already said she doesn't need no fucking money.
I could not believe she said this. Her response to me saying that none of the money raised went to Marvon or his children to benefit them. She says, so what? Basically, Dre's rich. Dre was paying $11,000 a month for private care for him. How ignorant can you be?
And it wasn't for her.
Yes. It's just another troll. I mentioned the Chloe situation because that was something that there was another channel that I was sent who I really liked that was debunking. I'll have to find the name of that channel. I don't think she creates anymore, but she was really good. And I was sent stuff on her channel and watched her a while back when he was coming to me all the time and like trying to stir shit up that I was Katie, even though, as you guys heard earlier on, he was one of the first that had my real voice and they still continued to run with it. It's just weird.
I mean, she's so dumb. And then like with the GoFundMe was for the lawyer.
Okay.
The Cash App and everything.
Vada, pay attention right quick. open your eyes, open your ears.
Everything else was for any extra illegal expenses, but lodging, travel, all of that. That's what it was for. So if she were to get investigated, number one, Danielle would kill the case right there, period, right there. But next, you have to know the dates and time. You have to have that lined up. At this time, was the donations for this? Yes or no?
Okay. Just because VADA cannot process. So here's Letitia posting the GoFundMe on June 26th. Now we're going to go into a post from June 27th that she talks about needing help and where she's at. So you can read all these. Most of you guys have seen all this already. Here's the pictures, everything that she talked about. Then June 27th again. Here's another one that she talks about the Justice for Vaughn Fund and what it's for. She talks about how much the attorney retainer was going to be, which was $4,000. However, the receipts VADA has shown definitely don't add up to that. And here from July 4th, before any YouTube creators were involved or Katie was involved in the story or any of them were covering it, you will see that Letitia herself posted in the Exposing Dre McCrae group about needing funds for a lawyer and drops her Cash App. But in VADA's head, it's all separate. And then here again on July 5th, she gives an update of what's been raised on Cash App for the legal funds and getting everything going. It's also mentioned in here that Dre had a TRO on Letitia, which never was in existence either. There's been so many lies. That's still so many. And here again is July 5th, where Letitia talks about what she needs to have done, the TRO, and then she also put his location, which they've claimed Letitia never did. Here's another one. Here's the message from Letitia to one of the advocates that was helping her that claims that they filed the court paperwork. This would have been on the 14th. This text message was from July 15th. She said that they filed them yesterday, which would have been July 14th. However, still to this day, nothing was ever filed. We heard earlier Letitia claim that she herself made an arrangement, blah, blah, blah. But according to Goose and Goose's previous statements, as we've all heard too, that she was charged for phone calls. She refunded over $4,000. She did all these things. And there's been no proof of any of it. This story still stands where it was. And here's a post from Gigi, one of the admins of the groups, talking about needing funds for.
What was it for this time? And you'll lose right there.
So once again, you see how easy it is for her to twist and turn. And this has all been up for over a year.
Because never a set thing. Only the GoFundMe was. That's it. And that was used absolutely towards representation. The rest, too fucking bad. I mean.
So she claims that the GoFundMe was the only thing towards lawyer fees. However, the attorney's fees, they claimed that the GoFundMe was going to be cashed out and it would be available on July 16th. However, we knew that Letitia, by other sources that were trying to help her, had over $14,000 by July 15th. And VADA's receipts that she has thrown out there made Letitia look way worse. That's also part of the reason why I tried to ignore them, because it made bigger holes in their stories and all of the previous advocates' stories, such as Goose's. Goose looked like a complete fool with what VADA twisted and turned the story to be. And she made Molly and Justin, VADA's receipts make them look completely idiotic, in my opinion.
Who the hell donates and then asks for a refund? You know, do you donate to St. Jude for the kids that have cancer, and if they don't beat cancer, you want your money back? I mean, these people are so fucking dumb. Ugh. Wow, you seem like such a good. I am.
I see that.
But
I see that, just another troll. That's why I said, you know what? The unfortunate thing is it doesn't seem there's any way out of this spin cycle either until they push somebody too far. I mean, if they're willing to do this to high-powered attorneys like Emily D. Baker and Michael Saltz, this group has no stop in them. They need held accountable for their behaviors. And I am proceeding with law enforcement on the threats and all of the things that have been going on in my real life. 100%. This is not me backing down on any of that. That will be handled completely. But I needed this to be shown out here publicly because she has a crazy, weird obsession with me and has for months, well, over a year, according to her own statements even. And it's just unhinged and deranged at this point in time. And she, in my opinion, is a danger. So I needed this out here for other people to realize that this is not what she claims it is. And I've ignored her for so fucking long.
It really, really bothers.
She makes the antis that are trying to have Katie have consequences for her behavior and her actions and the bad shit she does do, they are counterproductive to that because they just lie and fabricate everything.
Bothers me, you know, how they've done Molly, they've done Letitia, they've set them up, they've done this horrible stuff to them. And, you know, they don't feel anything about it. All they're trying to do now is just cover their tracks and cover their butts.
Absolutely.
You know, and it really, really bothers me that they've done this to them. You know, that one girl, not even nonsense. There's another girl that's after Molly all the time. What's her name?
She's talking about the mobs.
Y'all know who I'm talking about? She does makeup or something. Not Alicia. Oh, I can't remember her name.
She's talking about makeup mobsters, who she's referring to here.
You know what they were doing the other day? They were going through Molly's channels, and they had, I think, Social Blade or something pulled up, and they were literally counting and going through each video of Molly's, to see what was deleted or what she saved. That's stalkerish. I told Molly, I said, I would file a protective order in a hot second. I mean, I would lay that shit on their ass. Fuck that.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you, Molly.
And Molly's in her comment section cheering this on.
You're absolutely gorgeous. Don't let these hoes get you down. Don't you worry about it. And it really bothered me. And, you know, with Letitia, I got on the phone with her, you know, the moment that she thought that, you know, her son had passed away. I called vital records for her. I was trying to get the death certificate if he did pass away for her. I was doing everything. And she cried on the phone with me for 2 hours, just devastated, you know. And to know that somebody, that y'all can do something that you've done this bad to this woman, it absolutely, y'all caused her to have to fucking move and disappear.
I've never seen proof that she ever had to move based on any of this. In fact, quite the opposite, but I'm not going to even go into that because it's irrelevant at this point. But Letitia, you might want to get your girl in check because she's going to continue to push and more is going to get exposed that looks worse. So I would get her in check because she's rewriting history that even you know isn't reality. Not only that, but none of us had anything to do with the death hoax in November that they pulled on Marvon. Those articles and all of that, we've played out and watched it all unfold when they were in Georgia. It was vile. It was disgusting. And that was courtesy of Molly, Justin, and crew. You can thank them for that, Vada. And it was vile, disgusting what they did to Letitia. We begged Letitia to get away from them. Letitia knew exactly what she was walking into and continued to stay there. In July, there's text messages between her and the admins of the Facebook groups claiming that she knew exactly what Molly was doing. So miss me with the innocent bullshit. But she absolutely was done wrong by that crew too. 100%. They took advantage of a grieving mother.
You know, she lost her house because y'all posted her fucking address as a thumbnail. I mean, not just like, show me the harassment
everybody
that I've done towards Letitia.
Just a quick thank you guys for all being here with me and hanging out through this. I know it's long and it's drawn out and it's boring and it's redundant for most of us, but for those people that are newer coming into this, and she's definitely drawing like the extreme antis right now that have been coming over here and like saying shit. It's really weird. And I needed to do this for my own mental peace so I can just leave it where it's at and walk away. Like after this, there's nothing more. Like if anybody can say that these aren't just egregious lies by her at this point in time, there's nothing I can do for them.
Well, number one, you doxed her and you knew that what they did with that was, here's what they did with that. She jumped on Rabbit's channel, absolutely pre-planned. When they got on Rabbit's channel, she's like, oh, they both said this. They said 2 random sock accounts sent us Letitia's docs. And
by the way, that was never planned between Rabbit and I. So that's another blatant lie for me to hop on Rabbit's panel. And that was one of the times that EKC came on panel. Well, I was on panel with Rabbit and there was no confrontation like you claim that EKC is this big badass. That didn't happen, Vada.
And we figured we'd get ahead of things and go ahead and put it out publicly before someone else did and twisted and manipulated it. Lie. Katie sent y'all the docs. Y'all posted it on purpose so that Katie would be right there to attack, harass in the comments in your whole fucking group. And that's exactly what happened.
And that's not true either, but I've tried to reason with them once again. This was somebody's alt that came to me. I have no idea who it was, but they sent me the information. They sent it to both us. This is the confirmation here that you guys can have on your screen. Once again, proof that it's more lies. So this was what that was all about.
And then y'all get up there, oh, she's flipping the bird. This lady is not like she's, bitch, you're lucky she didn't show up at your door and fucking knock your ass out. And I don't understand nonsense. I never, she's obsessed with Molly and all that, but, you would get more views.
This is what confuses me. Molly was a key part of the story, but so was Justin, Elle, and all of the other unraveling pieces. Molly played a big part in it. So I can understand why they thought that Molly was the target or the obsession, I guess, because she was the loudest and the most problematic. But my channel was equally as much about the rest of them, all of the misinformation cronies, not just Molly, but Vada thinks that this channel is dedicated to her, just like Molly thought my channel was dedicated to her. Let them think it. Don't burst their bubbles. Hey, it's the only thing they have at the end of the day. Let them have it.
And your channel would grow better if you would just, teach people how to skydive off your nose or something. I don't get it. I just don't get it. This girl.
Thank you guys for
needs to chill. I mean, this is harassment at this point. It's actually against TOS. You cannot make a channel going after a creator over and over and over and over.
Listen to this shit right here. You can't make a
over and over. And plus, it's
you know how many times my channel has been reported for those very things because they have wanted and tried to take my channel down because I was one of the more vocal ones that was throwing receipts out here. Yeah, a lot.
And creepy. Do you think your audience isn't tired of?
But let's just go through an explanation right quick of targeted stuff. So Vada, has a playlist of 18 videos right now. However, I mentioned in almost every single one of her videos at least once, if not multiple times. If not, she completely goes off the rails. And I have not verified that myself, but just from the videos that I've pulled out to watch so far, that has proven true. This video that we are reacting to right now isn't about me. It's about the Ashley furniture, but this is the end of the video. So even though I have a playlist dedicated to me, she even claims herself that she's done over 40 videos and I have not reacted to her.
Sick and tired of hearing you whine and whine and whine about Molly. And, if you've not been watching the anti-KJ community, they went after her for years and her ass is still here. What are you trying to do? Get Molly taken down? Katie's not gone and everybody's gone after her for that bitch deserves to be gone. But it doesn't.
No, Katie, I have nothing against you. I don't want nothing to do with you. If that group bothers you that bad, we'll change it. I mean, there shouldn't be.
This is shout out to Kathy P. I stole this clip from our wonderful Kathy P. And I will credit all you guys in the comments when I'm done. I was too busy trying to pull receipts to do all that yet, but I absolutely will. But this is shout out to Kathy P. that had this clip.
Two groups anyway. That was an accident. But I mean, if it really bothers you that bad, I'm willing to lay down arms. But don't start threatening me. Don't start lying on me. Don't pin fucking criminal pictures on me and criminal charges against me like you do every fucking body else. If you can't find a criminal background for somebody, you fucking make one up and put it on them. I have never been in trouble for shoplifting in my fucking life. I've never sat in a jail cell. So you better be able to fucking prove that shit when I get to court. You better be able to fucking prove it.
So nobody really gives a fuck if you have or haven't been. It's the fact that you're lying and claiming that that's not even your name.
Work. I mean, so what is your goal here? You said you were going to call any person that Molly cooperates with from here on. You got to tell me so in the description for the live, Molly, hashtag us, you will get more followers. I've got to figure out how. But that thing you taught me the other day, I mean, as soon as I put your name in the title, 20 minutes later, I went and looked at insights. I had jumped 100 and something, I think it was 132 views in 20 minutes. That's how fast it went. Authentication at Molly Golightly at Justin Fraud. Hello. God blocked my nonsense for asking for proof yet again. And she said, well, you can't provide the proof on YouTube like you can on Facebook. And I'm sitting here like, bitch, if that's the truth, then quit getting on here making cryptic allegations against people. She will go up here. Y'all know who I'm talking about. No, we don't, because you talk shit about everybody. So
no, I've never had a problem with naming names. That is something I stand firmly on, and I've always stood firmly on. If I'm talking about you, you'll know it. I have no problem saying your name, and I think everybody fucking is well aware of that by now. I'm the one that says say it with your whole fucking chest. I'm the one that started all of that. Name names. Stop trying to make people read between the lines. I have no problem standing on what I say.
Whenever you're calling this person, like they were saying one day, I remember her saying that these YouTubers were trying to plot to kill Michelle.
That never happened. That is not what I said, but that was a Penelope spin, and they tried to take a video where I didn't. That was the one video I wish I would have thrown receipts in, and I didn't because I was trying to not. And they took that and ran with it, claiming that I was saying all these things that I didn't, that all these channels, that was a Penelope issue too. But now Vada even is going to twist what Penelope was trying to originally say. And she's saying that I was saying that they were going to K her. That never came out of my mouth, and those videos are still up on my channel. I absolutely felt that they were going to push somebody to the edge that was going to end up doing that. And I still feel that this type of shit is capable of doing that to anybody. Yes.
And then the next week, oh, y'all twisted my words. No, bitch, you were absolutely insinuating and accusing them of that. When you come out with accusations like that, you better have proof and you better post that.
Oh, yes. She did get blocked in my chat finally and I took a lot of abuse from her. She was in here all the time calling me names, nasty, nasty names. But there was one day that she couldn't even contain herself whatsoever. She actually admits that she blacks out in my chat. Random. She blacked out in Anya's chat one time when I was in there too. Like, she has no control when it comes to me. And that's why it's very unsettling for me and very unhinged, because this is a lot deeper issue for her than she's trying to make it. She's trying to say that it's about the internet and it has nothing to do with that.
That shit. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. You know, you're crying about CPS and you're crying about being doxxed. You caused it. You're asking for it. You know, you said that you love your kids. If you love your kids, then shut the fuck up. Quit sitting out here provoking people to come after you. You're asking.
Oh, I'm sorry. A lot of you guys I went rounds with a few different times over the time, and I'm really sorry. Like, some of you I've really grown to appreciate and really like, and I know that it was a process and you guys have been fed so much shit. Now that I look at this stuff though, I realize how hard it had to be for you guys to weed through things and figure out what was going on. So I apologize to you and thank you for giving me another shot, y'all. Nana's not drunk. And some of the just another troll, all of you guys, like, it means a lot, but this has been confusing and horrifying to say the least to have to deal with as far as like on this end of it. So I can't even imagine, after being a part of it for years and seeing all the chaos that they create, trying to navigate what's real and what's not. It's a mess.
For it. You know what I mean? And then she's like, oh, Molly, profited off of that CPS call. I mean, I remember this like clockwork. She was on there telling everybody about CPS in that 8-minute video.
I'll be honest, I don't follow any of her pages. I'm not subscribed to her YouTube channel. On my real page, I have one alt, which everybody knows, and I only troll my friends with it, and they know it's me. I don't go to her Facebook. I've never seen her Facebook pages. Well, I have now. I just looked this last week to kind of gain ground on what the fuck was even happening. But before that, I don't follow any of their things. I'm not in any of their groups. I have no interest in that stuff. That has nothing to do with anything I even discuss or have any interest in.
The next day, she does a live, turns on her monetization for the first time for super chats, and I'm seeing $50 going across the vein. And she's like, oh, thank y'all. Y'all didn't have, bitch, that was so on purpose. You are a lying bitch. And she's like, I'm not going to exploit my kids like Molly. That's why I'm not going to show proof about CPS.
I did say that. And the reason I realized right then and there is they were loving the fact that that happened and they were using her for content. If you remember back to that situation, Justin actually asked Molly online if she called on me. He was even thinking that. But then they were really loving the fact. And then it was like switching up. And I realized I was in a lose-lose situation. Like, they were loving it. So I just stopped talking about it. And I should have never even mentioned it, that it was going on to begin with. That was a mistake I made. And I 100% own it.
Girl, you better stop. You better stop. And the other day, this kills me. So Betty.
What are you going to do?
Let me tell you about this situation the other day. So she threatens Molly's husband. She does. She threatens Molly's husband. She had said in a video that Adrian was a horrible bastard or something. And
I highly doubt I said he was a horrible bastard. That's just not something I usually talk about. I probably called him a dweeb or a piece of shit or an asshole or dumbass or something like that. Yeah, 100%. But a bastard, that's not something I usually say. But I have every right to, again, say whatever I want to about Wally, because he was right there going through my background with his wife, and she was, yeah. Anyways, continue on. But I never threatened him either. I asked him if he wanted to have a conversation. I guess that's a threat in people's minds.
And pretty much if they were going to dig into his background is what they were saying. And somebody said that to Molly, because I would have too. And, why are you bringing her? Why are you even talking about her husband for? Why?
Well, right there. Well, there's a few reasons why I might have mentioned her husband beyond the fact that he condoned her behavior and would come in and talk about shit. Just like you, I'm sure you heard that Kyle called you a C word, rightfully so. But you have every right to say something. He vocally says what he wants to say and how he wants to say it. If you have something to say about it, he's not going to cry about it. He's not even going to know. First of all, you don't care. But you have no problem talking about my kids in my life all the time. My kids, my other half. You and Megan sat there the other day making jokes, and that's in the second or the third part of this, which I think we're going to stop and do tomorrow probably. But they even were saying that Kyle wouldn't marry me. Kyle won't marry me. Oh, if you guys only fucking knew. You are so dumb. Kyle is actually the one that wants to get married, and I'm the one that's got cold feet.
Why would you do that? So she's bitching about real life, and she's over here talking about somebody that's not even a public figure on her YouTube channel. It's like, to me, a husband is like the kids. If they're not on YouTube, you don't shut the hell up. I think you're jealous of Molly and her husband, and that's where this is stemming from. Just saying. But anyways, so then.
Yeah, it took me a long time, Gina, to monetize my channel. I started my channel in July, and I did not monetize. I have to look to be 100% honest with you. I can't remember the exact date off the top of my head that I applied for monetization, but it didn't take very long to get approved. But I can't remember. I'll have to look and tell you, but it was January or February that I actually monetized my channel. And it just so happened that memberships kicked on the day during the CPS live. Somebody joined the membership, and that's how I knew that it was on. And I was mortified, and I was like, oh my God. And I even said so in the video. Like, all of it was done out front. I didn't hide shit from anybody.
And so Molly's live, and she plays what was sent to her. She didn't know who it was, who was being recorded or whatever was sent to her. So she plays it. And of course, Nonsense, a stalker ass, catches it at that moment because she's watching every single thing Molly does on camera, which is fucking creepy. And so Betty calls, and she's like, bitch, what's your problem? Like,
by the way, Forgotten Whispers just reposted that the other day, and I was cracking up because it was the clip of Betty and Molly sitting there, and they played my voice, and I'm like, hey, it's me. But she makes us into something it wasn't even.
And she, of course, she pussies out, don't answer the phone. But so she jumps on a live right away. She's like, I'm special, you guys. I'm special. And she plays the voicemail, and she's like, Betty, threaten me.
Sheila, there's a few of them that are monetized, but there's still the majority of them that aren't. There's still a bunch. There was some that I wanted to get into the algorithm, so I did test to see if they would get. It doesn't really change anything, to be honest. I don't think monetizing around monetizing, but there is a few. And I told everybody I was doing that too. I've tried to be as clear as day. I know.
And so the next morning, Betty does a live, and she's like, yeah, I was just dropping in and saying hi. And then Nonsense goes like this. She's like, I don't get it. It didn't mean anything. You act like I got so excited that you left me a voicemail. She did. I bet you her damn computer chair was flooded when she got up.
See, this is why everything is so sexual and twisted. It's the, I won't say what I really want to say, but she's so immature. Okay. It's not even funny.
Oh gosh. But I'm going to keep on rambling for hours if I don't get off here. It's been an hour and 45 minutes. I hope I'm not tying y'all up.
There was like 3 people in her comment section, Molly, Spanky, and 2 other people at the time.
But what's coming next is I'm going to break down that pre-recorded video about the scams, donation scam, and these frauds out here. And then I'm going to do one on doxing, and it's going to stem from Nonsense provoking herself being doxed to where she gets doxed because she's a moron. And then whines about that, and then to where CPS pops out immediately within.
Actually, I didn't really whine about getting doxxed. I expected it, unfortunately. I knew that sooner or later. I was shocked that it took that long for them to do it, because I had been public before and my voice was known, especially on Facebook and things of that nature. So I was shocked that it took that long. I still don't know who initially was behind the emails that were going around. I know they were passed around by ICU, Goose, other people like that, along with people that I associate with on Facebook, were doxed incorrectly as blank screen and other things like that. But many people have tried to take credit for my dox. Molly has given Penelope credit. Penelope's given Molly credit. They all just kind of washed their hands. However, here I am. You're stuck with me now. And yes, I have a bankruptcy. And yes, I ran a stop sign and got a warning for it. Other than that, that's about all you got.
Like a couple hours of, she was just trying to go at Molly. That's all that was. And here's another thing I just want to say. You say, oh, y'all taking with.
Talks about me being so bothered and, whining about being doxxed. However, she has claimed that mugshot is not her, yet this is why I was telling her you can go to every platform, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. She is tagged in so many different posts that confirm that that's her name. She has now lied and said that the court clerk allowed her to lie
and put it on the documents as her adoptive name, which makes no sense because her adoptive name would be her legal name. Anyways, it's just a whole mess.
My husband's business, blah, 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 blah. You don't go after someone's business. Bitch, you're...
And you guys were aware that Molly absolutely put Kyle's business out on blast all over the place, typed comments and everything. I don't even have to go down there. But if you guys want me to, I can show that they actually created a fake Kyle account and came in my chat and doxed me. That's how they did it. And no, I was not behind it. Not at all. I would never do that. Neither would Kyle.
Posting all of Molly's...
I would have had makeup on and my hair done. I was in sweats and a sweatshirt.
Do you know what a Patreon is? You know what you're doing? You've been attacking her business. This is a business, if you didn't know that.
Speaking of a business, Molly threw shade at your business. When you started your Patreon, Molly threw shade at your business, saying it was too early, too soon. All of your monetized platforms.
Yes, Molly says some offensive things because this is a business.
Molly says offensive things because it's a business.
It's entertaining. You know, most of the stuff she probably doesn't even stand by that she says.
Listen,
I mean, people with common sense would know that. Like you were going off saying that these boys needed to be contacted for Molly attacking them out of the store.
She's talking about the Balenciaga situation when Molly went after those two young boys. Listen to the shit that she twists here.
You know, anybody with common sense will probably know that she probably asked those boys, you know, hey, I'm going to go off. I'm like, duh.
She says that this was basically staged. That's what she thinks happened in that Molly staged this and asked them to be a part of it. That is not how that went down. And you can tell by the looks on their fucking faces, Vada.
I mean, that's how I thought of it, but she's just too dumb. She's like a annoying ass Karen, dude. She has no life. She says Justin needs to take care of his kids. Bitch, you're on live 2 or 3 times a day, going off and worried about everybody else's life and what they're doing versus your own.
Not the truth.
And then the other day she got her nails done red for Molly. She's like, Molly's.
Oh my God, I did not get my nails done red for Molly either. I got my nails done for Valentine's Day and they picked red in the comment section. I gave my commenters the choice. I went with red. But Molly was talking about how red was a whore color on the nails and she couldn't stand it. So we were cracking jokes. But meanwhile, I usually wear black on my nails. That's always been something that I've done. And Molly started painting her nails black afterwards. Get with the picture here, Vada.
It's like red's whore color. So I got them done just for Molly. Like, that's not stalkerish. You're getting your nails.
I did not get my nails for Molly.
Done red because
I've never done anything for Molly.
You were thinking of Molly. Do you have a red dildo too? Well, just saying.
This is where I can't comprehend this level of immaturity. From a 32-year-old woman, I cannot understand it.
It's creepy. And
no, this is creepy, Vada. This is creepy. You are so far gone and obsessed with me for no reason. It is fatal attraction.
Everybody's like, you know, why do you support Molly? I feel bad for Molly. I know what it's like. Everybody's like, if you're somebody, what do you have to worry about? Everything, especially when it comes to girls. Girls will try to ruin your life and take you out and eat you up and spit you out. Absolutely. I've dated them. I've been friends with them. They've all tried to ruin my life. Every single one of them.
So everybody tries to ruin her life because she thinks she's pretty. Oh my God.
And Heather, don't get mad at this my ex-girlfriend. Don't get mad at that. Okay. Don't come for me. Girls are just cruel. And I was sitting here watching Molly like, damn, haters, man. You can't do nothing. Like, I know that, you know, Molly's very confident. That's hot. That's great. I mean,
yeah. Okay.
It would be bad if she wasn't. And these people are hating on it. They're like, gosh, she's so obsessed with herself. And
I don't care if she is obsessed with herself and loves herself. Good. She should. That,
you know, she
my God,
talks about how much nice stuff she has. She's proud of her shit. Who cares?
She's a materialistic, narcissistic piece of shit, in my opinion. If that's okay, cool. Moving on.
Y'all are just mad because you don't have it. And y'all just have to hate on every single thing she does. And I know first thing Nonsense is going to say when she responds to this, no, we don't hate Molly. We just hate her behavior. Well, bitch, your behavior ain't no fucking better. I mean, you sitting here threatening to rip people's hair out and talking about some.
I don't remember threatening to rip Elle's hair out, to be honest. I might have said that she needs her ponytail snatched off her head. I might have said that. But I don't remember specifically if I did. It's been a long fucking year. And they're lucky I've only said it to one of them so far, if that's the case.
Somebody's jaw, knowing they got a disorder and all kinds of shit. Like,
oh, Molly's got a disorder. That's why her jaw was walking across the street in freaking Georgia, was because she's got a disorder. Are you fucking joking right now? Oh my God.
Dude, you are the ultimate Karen. Ultimate. I mean, you want to talk.
Molly claims it's diet pills, and this one's sitting here saying she's got a disorder. Which is it, Vada? You're rewriting their own stories again.
Talk about somebody's looks. I ain't even going there. I'm going to shut up. Okay. If anyone's a Karen, it's definitely Nonsense. I would be upset if the store employee too. And so both of them instigating each other, and the worker needs that break. Obviously, yeah. Yeah. Okay. You're right. I need to get back to what we were talking about before. Okay.
Oh, wait, this wasn't supposed to be about nonsense. Everything's about nonsense. Nonsense takes up every freaking waking moment in her head, obviously. Back to the facts here. She was talking about the Ashley Furniture stuff and her opinion on the Ashley Furniture situation.
I hope that lady doesn't lose her job. I'm glad it was just a suspension. Either way, what Betty and Molly did, was it right, wrong? To me, I would have walked away. I would have left when they told me to go. But the girl, she was very cocky. She does have that kind of swagger like I do, that like smart ass look like, hi, or like, this is the homeowner, that sort of thing, like all in your face. She has that body language like I do. So I'm not going to hate her on her for that. But you can't do that in a workplace. Like, we're not on the street. We can't. And that's not a racist thing. I'm from the street. So I'm right there with you. I'm the same way.
See, this confuses me right here. And this is the one thing I will say is she claims she's from the street, but then in her story, she also talks about how she's from like small town, nowhere kind of thing too. So I don't know which it is. I personally don't give a fuck either, but she talks like she's really hard. Like she's very hardened. I don't know. I'm just not a Billy badass at all. Never would claim to be. Never. I'm not a fighter. I'm not none of that shit. I'm a farm girl from the sticks, and I'm proud of that.
But you just gotta be professional in your workplace. If anything, you should call it. If you knew you were going to be triggered and set off that much to that escalation, I would have called the cops, got them removed, or whatever. Or Molly, I just wouldn't have let Betty go. I would have went by my damn self with that, because some shit's going to go down. You already know what's going to happen when you get there. Just saying. But I want to give it what did you say?
Sorry.
And Molly is so pretty. I think she's gorgeous. Yeah, some of the things that she does ain't right. Yeah, but I don't think she's The other thing is that they are tragedy pimps. Oh my God. What do y'all think? Do you think investigators investigate crimes for free? No. Do you think that people at the morgue sit and embalm people for free? No.
That's kind of a major difference right there. Like law enforcement and people who work in a morgue versus a YouTuber. Like a little bit of a different. You can't even compare the two. Those are two different situations. I don't even know how somebody's brain would work like that to make that comparison. But okay. To each their own.
Absolutely not. Do you expect us to spend 90 hours looking into a depressing ass case to where we're fucking depressed for free? Absolutely not. He wouldn't do it. And nonsense. It's like I'll never monetize my channel because I'm going to stick to my morals and my grounds, and I don't need a dime. And then, bam, a couple weeks later, that money must have been something. It made you cross your morals a little bit, It's just a hypocrisy sort of thing, but I'm going to get off because that girl gets me heated quick, and I'm hungry, so.
Obviously, you've been going on and on and on and on and on, and you tried to go back to what you were supposed to be talking about and ended up right back on me. Anyways, yeah. I had no intent of monetizing my channel. Everybody knows that. I was transparent about it, and I don't have any qualms about monetizing when I did. So carry on. Not a big deal to me.
But yeah, I had a good time on this live versus the last one. The last one I think was a failure. I had too much evidence trying to cram it all into one live, and it was just way too much of it. But I'm going to jump off here and not. It's been 2 hours. I feel bad. Thank y'all for coming. I had a good time on this live. I didn't like the first one. I was too nervous and I didn't know what the hell I was doing really. And it was just too jumbled, so I privated that one. Can you leave this up so I can watch from the beginning? Yeah. Does anybody have StreamYards? It should just stay up, shouldn't it? I wonder, do you know, feeling kind of breezy, do you know that once I leave out of the live, will it automatically just stay up? Or do I have to tell it to? Oh, I put you to sleep? You know what's funny? I told somebody, I'm just going to say somebody, I was like, I'm going to do good in my engagement on my channel because my sister literally calls me every single night for me to put her to sleep. She says my voice will put her to sleep. And the other day she called me and I got so mad. She had her daughter with her and she's like, the baby will not go to sleep. And I said, okay, what are you doing? And I didn't even pay attention to her saying that, but she was using me to talk for an hour till the baby passed out. And she's like, hey, I'll call you back. And I was like, did you just use me to put that baby to sleep and then hang up on me? So as far as my channel goes, I was like, hell, you got to worry if people will watch it all the way to the end. Well, if they fall asleep, that means they'll watch it all the way to the end. The biggest problem I'm having is people remember to press like or subscribe. Okay.
I left this in here for this reason only.
Oh, I will give it. Which subject? Nonsense.
Look how giddy she gets talking.
Thank y'all so much for coming. I had a good time on this tonight. I've got to jump off and go eat. Let me know y'all let me know in the comment, please. Like and what was the other thing? Or something else. Oh, go check out my Facebook group and leave me a comment just saying what you thought of my first official live. The very first one, that was pretty much like a practice scratcher. So this is the first absolute live. So just let me know what y'all really thought. If you have any criticism, I'm not going to block you. I'm not a blocker unless you're calling me a effing cunt or something. Well, it depends on who's calling me that. I'm probably going to have some like revenge exes come after me now.
Yep.
Not sure. I think it says up unless you stays up unless you private it.
They block pretty much every.
I'm gonna leave it up. I'm not gonna private it. The only reason I did the first one is I just wasn't in my kink. I wasn't. It wasn't me. It was boring. I was bored watching it, so I can imagine everybody else being bored. And I needed to do that the right way. When you're showing proof of evidence, you need to do a pre-recorded video and just lay the shit out. That's how I think. But y'all have a good night. I'm not gonna keep you any longer. Thank y'all for coming. Also, if you wanted to donate to a good channel to get my channel kicked off, my Cash App is in the comments at the very top, and then it's also in my description, and my PayPal's in the description as well. It really helped me out. You don't have to. I'm good with it. I'm good either way. My channel's not monetized yet. But thank y'all so much for coming. I'm so glad. I was so worried that nobody would show up whenever I did this live. I did a 2-hour notice, but I was still worried nobody would come. Thank you, Molly, for coming. If you hear this, you said Aaron's at work. I was like, Aaron would usually be here. And there was something I wanted to say as far as Aaron goes too, but I gotta remember what it was. Have a good night. I'll take a look for your Facebook group. Okay, the link's in the description because sometimes everybody keeps saying that it's hard to find. I don't know why, but my phone's got 5%, guys. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna have to get out of here or it's gonna die. Thank y'all for.
Okay, that's enough of that. Anyways, all right, y'all. I cannot do any more of her tonight. There is a third part that I go back to the current lives that she's been doing, and I do break out more facts, and I actually show the email that was sent by who's claiming to be a family friend of hers. Of course, more of it's covered up and stuff, but I am going to do that part of it too. But I can't tolerate her anymore, to be honest. I have reached my kicking point, but I can't even explain where this is, why she is so. I mean, I can explain it. This is way deeper for her. This is a reflection of her, in my opinion, of insecurity she has with decisions she's made in her life. And again, I will never cut her down on, I'm assuming, making a choice that was better for somebody else in her life. However, at the same time, the lies that she told around that situation are disgusting. And it's such a conflict for me because giving a child up for adoption, like Letitia did, like my sister did, that's a very selfless act. But they don't lie. I mean, most people don't lie to the extent other people do. So I thank you guys for being here so much and appreciate you guys. Do you guys have any questions before I get out of here tonight? Is there any questions you guys want me to answer about this situation? Some of you guys are probably more aware of the situation than I am even, but I wanted to lay it out, and I am going to do the third part. We'll probably do it tomorrow. Does anybody have any questions whatsoever? Yeah, it's an extremely selfless act. Absolutely. Not selfish either. Selfless. Like, to recognize that, yeah, I don't know. It seems to be, there's something deeper here, in my opinion, with her, and she admits to that, and it's a little unhinged. Oh, thank you, Mark, so much. I appreciate you guys all. I know that this has been frustrating for so many of you guys because I wouldn't respond. I wouldn't give this energy. I wouldn't go back and forth with this. And a lot of people were like, what the fuck? Well, now you see why, because it just goes nowhere. Every time I would kind of shut it down and be like, I don't know what the fuck their point is. I don't get it. The third part of this is complete, just unhinged, erratic, her and Megan sitting there just saying weird shit. And again, I don't even fucking know Megan, but Megan claims that she's this friend of hers. And in this next part, I will just tell you a little bit of it. She says that, oh, that is so blunt and so open and honest. That That's not a friend. A friend does not encourage somebody to lie like that. Like, that is not a friend when you can go on any platform and vet this information and verify it. And if these people that are claiming to be family friends are reaching out to me, I know that they're reaching out to other people who will engage with them, who will, because they offered to go back and forth and give me more information and connect me to people that she's slandered, that she's related to. And I wouldn't do it. I won't engage. I have no use. I'm not like that. Ooh, French fries. Jethro, French fries. Yeah, Alice, I agree. This is shocking. I know. It's horrible though. It really sucks, honestly. It feels like such a twisted mind fuck, honestly. Like, this has been, and I have to give props to the people that have tried to call this out and like be on top of it. Kathy P, Tiger Talks, Forgotten Whispers, like they have given energy to this, and I'm like, I can't do it. You have Steve, who's taken panel. They took panel over at Queen Bee's for a period of time and like tried to get all this infighting going, and like it was so weird. And then Steve went on Lisa's. Like, there's no way of maneuvering this, unfortunately for me. And that's the frustrating part, is I didn't intend on doing this. I've never intended on ever going here. Because it's pointless. All of this was played out before Vada even came around. But now it's such a personal attack on me from her, and it has been all along, and I just realized that. It's an all-time different beast. Revival's going against my thought. She says baked. I said French fries. French fries is always my answer. Abso-fucking-lutely, Beth. I love that. Yeah, you guys, that is something like, and to hear like her, the shitty part for me that pissed me off so bad was hearing when she was like, well, she calls me a predator in one of these sections too, which is coming up. She just is unhinged, to say the least. And she says that I don't support anybody that's been through. Some of my best friends on this app are victims of some of the worst shit you ever think about. And no, I probably don't know how to advocate properly for them, because in these situations, you feel helpless. But those people know how much I love them and support them, and I will always have their backs. I've never downplayed their ever. That's just not who I am, or adoption shamed. I would never shame a Letitia over a decision she made. I shamed her over the lies she told. But I didn't shame the act of adoption, and I still won't. Like, it's all kids deserve a chance. They don't get to choose what they're brought into, and that's bullshit. So, ooh. Oh yeah, Patty. I didn't even understand the level of this, to be honest. I really didn't. And going back and watching now and like hearing the level of unhinged, and hearing even Steve take panel, and realizing that EKC has video after video after video after video of me, it's so pointless. What the fuck are they? What for? And it's not about criticizing my content. They criticize me. They don't have shit to say about my content because they're ignorant fools. Where was the email leaked, and is there screenshots? What do you mean, Am? Oh, wait, are you talking to somebody else? Megan leaked an email from me admitting she sent death threats to you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Probably on Twitter, I'm assuming. I appreciate all of you guys understanding too that I am really ignorant when it comes to all of that anti-KJ community and stuff. And I have just had one after another. And so my tolerance level of the bullshit yeah, you guys got the brunt of it. Some of you guys did, because you'd come in here and like assume or say stuff, and I just had enough. I have had enough of it. So to see that it's just this extreme group still doing it is so wild to me. Yeah, they have, Patty. I agree. Yeah, y'all's Nana's not drunk. I'm seeing that. Wow, Starry Night. That's crazy. Well, that's in law enforcement's hands at this point in time. The threats to my family I don't take lightly. That's not entertainment. That's not content for the internet. And now you guys see where I've 100% believe the only time that stuff goes on is when Vada is up to no good. And you've seen the emails that confirmed were her. There's text messages to go along with them. I mean, those are definitely from her. So, and I am not entertaining the other ones either. They're getting ignored, all of it. Okay, you're totally fine. Yeah, Patty, I have to. Yeah, absolutely, y'all. Nana's not drunk. It's one thing to talk about her behavior and, want change on her behavior, but they go way too far. Yes, she did, Brianna. Yeah. All right, y'all. I'm out of here. This was 4.5 hours. I'm really sorry. I did not want it to be that long. I knew it was going to be that long, unfortunately, and we're not even to all of it. But the next section is only 30 minutes, and it's just unhinged derailment of bullshit, and that's why I want to show it. So I will be doing that tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. It might not be till Monday, but we will get back to that. And then after this, for me, unless there's something I absolutely have to respond to, this is a dead end for me. This will never go anywhere, and entertaining her instability for me is not going to be what I do. I have way too much content that is actually necessary for me to like something that I feel my voice is useful for. So I appreciate y'all being here. I hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for putting up with this for a year. I know it's been mind numbing for a lot of you and frustrating almost, because I wouldn't entertain it and I wouldn't acknowledge it or deal with it. And it wasn't, I hope you guys understand, it wasn't because I was trying to actively ignore you guys and your concerns, or there was no point in it. So I appreciate you guys holding in there for me and understanding that it didn't feel necessary. Now it does. Thank you all. You guys, I'm going to do those. I'll do that tonight and tomorrow. I'll make you guys playlists of the videos that go hand in hand with all of the receipts with the Marvon story. I will go through. They're on playlists already, but I will go through and make one specifically for this. And then I will definitely list all the channels that I suggest that have been covering these. Again, if you think of somebody that's been covering this stuff and want me to add it, please let me know, because I don't know a lot of the channels around that group that have exposed these people. I've been promoting Chesh and learning with Suj. Suj is amazing. I wish he would do more videos. Incredible videos. Okay. Good night, y'all. I'm exhausted. Have a great night.